watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent.
9-8. Finished the season off strong against the Bears. I was a little bit too confident, I want to say. Like, I was like, they can put up a fight. They can win this game. They got some fight in them. But they came out in the first quarter, scored 27 points to Dallas's none. I was going crazy. My hands were on my head. Me and my dad were watching it together, but it was absolutely crazy.
For sure.
To put up that many points on Dallas in the first half and to finish they didn't finish the game off too strong. They gave up a few points in the last, half, but
It was over by the time it was like
I
42. When they
40,
got the 40,
yeah.
it was like, all right.
Yeah, 100%. No, it was crazy. I was like, they just kept scoring though.
Right.
They didn't stop.
Right.
They were a machine, man.
Right.
I was so happy to see it, but it definitely shocked the world, shocked Cowboys fans, shocked Mr. Jerry. Shout out to you, man. I'm so sorry.
No, we're gonna get into it.
We were not expecting that, but we'll take it when we can get it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Was there any room where you thought there was gonna be like a comeback?
Yeah, for a minute there, like towards the end, they were still down 16 points. I think they were down like 40. I think the final score was 48-32.
Mm-hmm.
So they were down 16 at the very end, and they started putting some drives together, like quickly too. Like they were getting out of bounds, they were stopping the clock, and I was like, man, you cannot put your second string guys in right now. Like I think Matt LaFleur,
they put him in for like a series.
I was like, man, you know what? I get it. You want to rest your guys, you want to do whatever, but I was a little scared for a little bit there, but it worked out in the end, so it's okay. But I think he's gonna learn from that as the season goes, or as the playoffs go on.
Jerry, I hope you're listening, cause we gotta talk about this, cause the state of the Dallas Cowboys is always in turmoil around this year. We talk about the collapse, and every year there's a different embarrassing moment when it comes to the Cowboys. Past 2 years has been with the San Francisco 49ers, and they got their hand handed to them time and time again, but this time it's the Green Bay Packers, and it wasn't Aaron Rodgers this time. It was Jordan Love, a first-year playoff starter, and he's showing out like he a future MVP in the league.
All you need is love. All you need is love.
When it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, they always want to look at the quarterback and Dak Prescott. They always want to look at Mike McCarthy, the head coach. Fire them, cut them, and start over. But as long as Jerry Jones has a chokehold over that franchise, this will continue to happen. It's a family-run business, and there's nothing wrong with a family-run business. But the way that Jerry Jones runs this franchise, it's just a show on wheels. Like, it's just a circus. Because, like, every year he stands in front of these cameras and he says, oh, this ain't how the Cowboys should play, and this is what we should do to be better, and we'll make the changes. But year after year, there's mistakes, and year after year, they weren't ready. And this year was supposed to be different, apparently. You come into the playoffs, and you have Dak Prescott, and you have CD Lamb. They're now on the same page. And the broadcasters were saying over and over again, they look off, and they look like they're not engaged. As the other team, Green Bay Packers, first-year starters, a very young team, they look like they were ready to go. They look like the more experienced team. And it's annoying to see that from the Dallas Cowboys, because you're supposed to be competing for a championship. You're supposed to be going to the third round. You're supposed to be going to the Super Bowl. But year after year, you guys don't look prepared. And that's the issue that I have, which starts at the top. And everybody below the top always gets blamed for it. And that's the biggest issue I have, is because Jerry Jones is always getting away with it, always finding a way to, I guess, pass blame in that situation. What do you think about that?
So you think he's got to go? You think Jerry's got to go? Jerry Jones.
See, I don't think Jerry Jones has to go necessarily. I just think Jerry Jones needs to release some control.
I could see that.
Jerry Jones'
that makes sense.
Son is the general manager of this team. I think that he needs to stay out of the general manager spot, hire somebody outside so they can have a clear mind. And because Jerry Jones, it's just, I mean, there's this rumor that Jerry Jones has a bunch of yes men, but I don't know that situation. But this, like, he just has a chokehold over this team, and like it's just his way or the highway. And for when it first started, it worked, I guess. You know what I'm saying? You had Troy Aikman, you had Michael Irvin, and you had Emmitt Smith, and it worked. He got you 3 Super Bowls in that way. But over time, times has changed, and I feel like the older or the time has passed, and people are getting younger and younger. You're losing touch with your players. That's how I feel with Bill Belichick. Is like, oh, like the reason he left is he got out of touch with his players, and I think you need to hire outside of the building, outside of your family, start over, and you'll actually find some success. As soon as he releases control or releases a grip off that franchise, I think there's
get better.
Yeah, I think there's room to get better. But until then, you're gonna see the same result over and over again.
It's just crazy to me that, like, what did they finish the season 12-5?
12-5, yeah.
I think they were 12-5.
Second
And
seed in the NFC.
I just like, how does that go wrong, man? You have such a great season. Like, what they didn't? Did they win the division? No,
They won the
They won the
division,
division,
yes.
right? So they won the division. Go into, hometown. They didn't lose all year
right.
at home, and they get blown out, man.
Blown
in the
out.
first game. Like, where does that go wrong? Like,
Mhm.
how can that be such a problem for one team to just go through that every single year? It feels like,
Yeah.
I just feel like the mentality's off. It's got to be something like that, right?
Right.
For Dak Prescott, for CD, like whoever it is, whoever's
Yeah.
making the mistakes. Obviously, a lot of the heat's on Dak, a lot of the heat's on Mike McCarthy, a lot of the heat's on Jerry Jones. But like, at some point, you got to start pointing fingers at somebody, because it just keeps happening. Like, it's the same thing, Like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. You know that, but like, come on.
Right.
Someone's got to take the blame. But I mean, even as a Packers fan, like, it was fun to watch. But on the other side of it, I was like thinking about the Cowboys, like, wow, man, like that result from that
ultimate
game
choke job.
is insane.
Yeah,
So-
it's like, because the blame is always put on the players that I mentioned
Yeah.
and the coach that I mentioned, but it's never placed on Jerry Jones. And I think it starts at the top. It always starts at the top, and the way he runs this organization isn't the way that it needs to be ran. It needs to be ran different for them to see significant change. They're a good team in the regular season. They're a good regular season team.
I
But
feel
when
like
it
they
gets to the
always have
playoffs,
to. Yeah.
they choke. They find a way to choke, and it's an issue. But that's not the only team that choked. You still have another team in the NFC East.
We saw that coming, though. Let's be real. We saw that
Yeah,
coming.
this was a lot more. This was a lot clearer, because this demise happened 8 weeks ago,
Oh, yeah.
when they were 10-1 in the East, or 10-1 in the NFC. Number one in at the top of the division and the top of the NFC, and it was looking good. And then they ran into the buzzsaw of the San Francisco 49ers, and it went downhill from there. 1-6 in the last 7 games, and finished the season 5th in the NFC. And you lose to the Baker Mayfield Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Shout out Baker, man.
Shout out to the
Shout-
Baker. He
shout
was
out,
cooking.
Shout out, dude, man. He's crazy. But
What happened?
you know what? I'm a big believer in the idea that going into the playoffs, you got to be playing your best ball. Like, you got to be playing at the top of the line, in the league.
Yeah.
And if you're not doing that, if you go 1-6 towards
Yeah.
the last half of the year, you're not going to win a playoff game, even if it's against Baker Mayfield, who's been playing his butt off.
Yeah.
You're not going to win.
Mhm.
It just can't happen. And you saw that they put up 9 points against the Bucks.
Yes.
And shout out to the Bucks. They've been pretty solid at points this year. They showed that then. They put up 32 points on the Eagles.
Mhm.
But you just can't. You can't take that momentum from being one of the worst teams at putting a 1-6 record in the last half
Mhm.
to winning a playoff game. I just didn't see it happening when they first started that game, and obviously it didn't end well for them. So
Yeah. It throughout the game, it looked like Tampa Bay had control of the game. It started getting out of hand later and later, but it felt like Tampa Bay was in control. It looked off when it came to the Philadelphia Eagles. I have a question. Do you think that Philadelphia, you think it's a coaching issue that happened? Do you think it's a personnel issue that happened? That started because it looked like as soon as that San Francisco game happened, it looked like someone snatched their soul away, and it never came back.
I mean, you can always blame the coach. From what I saw, I mean, I watched their game against the Buccaneers. Like, I watched the entire game, and to me, for some reason, I was looking at the play calling, whether that's the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, who's calling plays, but it just looked like they had no creativity when they were play calling. It looked like they didn't have an idea of what the other team was going to do, because you always want to, like, not guess at what the other team's going to call and what the other team's going to play, but you want to have some kind of idea, whether they're blitzing, are they rushing the QB, are they sitting back a little bit waiting for a pass? You always want to have an idea, but, like, it didn't look like they had that at all. They were calling screens with, like, 3rd and 20, it felt like, and, like, come on, man, like, that can work sometimes, but in a playoff game like that, your play calling's got to be a little bit better. So I think, honestly, a big part of it is the coaching and the play calling, but also, like what I said, they just can't take momentum into the playoffs like that. Like, you cannot do that. That's just not a recipe for success at all for the Eagles especially. Yeah,
when it comes to Philly, like, that was, I guess, one of the biggest questions starting off the season was, like, yeah, they're winning all these games, but the way they're winning was a struggle, or like something was off. It wasn't as explosive as it was last year, and things weren't clicking as it was last year. And I don't know, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts was getting into it weeks ago, and like, those two were off from a standpoint. A lot of people don't like Nick Sirianni, the head coach. I like him because I think he represents Philadelphia as a city and as a just as a fan base. I personally don't think they should fire him. I think I feel like they also fired their defensive coordinator when they were 10-1.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, that was, like, one big issue. And, like you're winning all these games and you start – it's like, I don't know. It started going downhill real fast. And, like, when it comes to Philly, like, they need to find a way to look in the mirror and, like somebody got to figure it out, because, like, the fall off was crazy. And, like, you're too talented of a team. You have too talented of a team to fall in the first round like that. It's the same with the Cowboys. Like, two talented teams going out the way you did is it's a very shameful way, I guess. 100%. To a lighter subject, I guess. I did want to touch on, I think, the best game that was shown on this wild card weekend was the Detroit Lions versus the Rams. It was a very close game and ended with a 1-point win by the Detroit Lions. And Detroit Lions finally got a home game, and they finally got their first win in 32 years.
Shout out to the Lions, man. Good for them.
It was a monumental moment for the Detroit Lions and that fan base. As a Raider fan, it's cool to see a losing franchise like that, I guess, finally win. And me and Tori are both waiting for the moment the Raiders turn it around like that.
Next year, man. Next year.
Yes.
Next year.
It starts with the head coach. Hopefully they figure that out soon enough. But going into it is a storyline. Matthew Stafford going back to Detroit. Him and his family finally going back to Detroit. Jared Goff facing against the team he went to the Super Bowl with, and got ceremoniously kicked out and scapegoated out there. And Jared Goff stood his ground. That team stood their ground and got the win.
Yes, sir.
A very tough win, back and forth, very close in that regard. And what would you say? Like, what was like watching that game? What do you think like about that game?
For me, it's my. I mean, I don't want to call him my guy, Jared Goff, just because he plays for the Lions. But like, I like Jared Goff a lot, and I was happy to see him beat his old team. That kind of like, I feel like they discarded him.
Yeah,
they just kind of like
absolutely
sent him away.
Absolutely.
Like, we'll take a new QB. You're just gone.
Yeah,
We'll get rid of you. So I was happy to see Jared Goff take the win, home stadium, home game for the Lions. Like that was I was happy to see that. But I felt like it was a good game. It was a physical game. I think I was watching that too, and I just for the Rams, like where they came from this year, I was not expecting them to be in the playoff race at all. And they finished 10-7. Good for the Rams, man. But I mean, that was a great game. I'm happy for Jared Goff. Honestly though, like for me, the storyline started before the game even started.
Yeah,
which was Matthew Stafford being booed by the Detroit
Lions. I also heard that the Detroit Lion fans were banned to wear his jersey.
From wearing his jersey? That's
too,
just, like,
which was crazy.
For all that he did for that, like, for that culture, for that fan base, like, I don't know, man. It just feels a little bitter to me. It feels a little bitter, like.
See, personally, I don't think it was personal, really.
Yeah, just
I think it was.
opposing.
Yeah, I think it was just like, no, we really got to get this win. Like, we
win.
love you, Matthew, but we got to get this win real quick. Like, let's, let us root for our team, and then after we could kumbaya. But, like,
I get you.
When it comes to Jared Goff, I just like the story of first-round draft picks that are considered busts, because I think in his regard, he's probably considered a bust until he gets rejuvenated his career in Detroit. I think I just like the story of, like, first-round draft pick, they don't start their career off where they started off so good, and then they go to a different team and they're allowed to be more free and allowed to be themselves and uplift that team. And Jared Goff found a way to stay the course. Like, him getting shipped to Detroit was really like a dead zone. Like, it was a moment of, like, okay, that's where his career is gonna die.
And he was young too.
Yeah,
like, when that happened.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he gets kicked over there, and then you got a new head coach, a new GM to start off, and they're like, all right, they're probably just gonna continue losing, and that's what they did the first year. And then the second year, they're like, they made a push to the playoffs, and like they needed teams to win for them to get in. But it was like, all right, they're making moves. And then this year, they started off real hot. They started off 5-2, and like things were moving in the right direction for them. And Jared Goff played himself in a position where he deserves another contract and deserves to be the franchise of that quarterback,
100%.
Or franchise for that team. And it's just time and time again to see a redemption story, a great redemption story in that regard. It's so great to see. And the LA Rams side of it, this is a team that was supposed to be not competing or on the rebuild, I guess. I thought in the beginning of the season, Matthew Stafford was one step out the door, really.
He was injured, too.
He was battling injury this year. Also, I think it was just a time of, like, all right, like, we got to start over because, like, we pushed all our chips just to win that one championship, and they did that. And it was just a rebuild, and it was just a set foot of, like, all right, let's restart. But, like, the fact that they found a gem in that wide receiver, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Puka Nacua.
There you go. And then they had that running back in Karen Williams, I think. And Cooper Kupp is also over there. And they put it together, and they won 10 games, and they got in the playoffs, and they pushed for that wild. They pushed. They're 1 point away from competing for a divisional round. Shout out to the Rams for a great season, really, in a competitive way. It's always good to see a team that's always counted out in that regard to show out and move forward. Speaking of a team that was supposed to be down and out all year, we got the Houston Texans. Like, that's another team that wasn't supposed to make the playoffs, wasn't supposed to compete, wasn't supposed to show out in that way, and it took to the last game for them to win the division and get into the playoffs. And they showed out in dominant fashion in their first playoff game.
It's Joe Flacco.
Against
Joe Flacco.
Against Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns. I thought this game was going to be very close, to be honest. I thought this was two teams that were relatively close, two great defenses, two offenses that could put up points in that regard. And then you have Joe Flacco and his renaissance possibility to be a comeback player of the year. And then on the other side, C.J. Stroud, you have a Rookie of the Year candidate. I think he should be the Rookie of the Year.
100%.
But the Houston Rockets just put a royal beating on them.
I thought it was going to be closer. Like 14 points.
Early it was close.
Yeah.
It was like Kareem Hunt scored 2 touchdowns for them. And I think it was like 14-17 or 14-7 Cleveland. And then a pick happened. A pick six happened. And then I think it was like back-to-back pick sixes or something like that. Back-to-back picks from Joe Flacco, which opened the game up from there. And then, it's just like Houston teed off in a way. And I think it's just very telling that coaching matters. Like, D'Amico Ryans, what he did to that group in just 1 year.
Rookie QB, too.
Yes.
Rookie QB.
That man is legit. Like he's going to be a problem for years to come.
100%.
So, D'Amico Ryans has that team cooking. What do you say about you saw from the Houston Rockets?
Yeah, no, I've liked C.J. Stroud this whole year. You know, I thought he's been impressive this entire year. 100% the Rookie of the Year, no doubt. But I just feel like they're so, young. Like, they have a lot of drive. And, I feel the same way about the Packers, but, in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Texans are just, nobody expected them to be this good. You know, nobody expected this from C.J. Stroud. So that makes it so much better when they beat a team like the Browns, who, also had a kind of crazy story. Joe Flacco coming in, 3 different quarterbacks the whole year, 11-6 to finish it off. But, it's just crazy. I mean, they hosted that game, too, I'm pretty sure, against the Browns. They were at home. Yeah. So putting up 45 points against that defense is pretty solid, too.
Yeah.
So
they got we'll talk about it later, but they got another big stepping stone when you talk about them playing against the Baltimore Ravens coming up this upcoming weekend. The talk about the next few games, I guess. You talk about the Bills and the Steelers and the Dolphins and the Chiefs. The Bills and the Steelers, I would say, these were 2 of the coldest games.
Oh yeah.
This past week. When you talk about, they literally had to postpone the Bills and the Steelers game
because of the snow. Because
it was so bad. And I think majority of the people that watch these games picked the Bills to win this game. I think the writing was on the wall, really. A team that has been on a roll for the past 4 or 5 weeks, and they played themselves into the 2nd seed in the AFC.
I feel like them and the Eagles kind of flip spots.
Yeah.
The Eagles went down and the Bills went up.
Yeah.
And now the Bills are in a good spot, man. That's what I was talking about, playing good ball into the playoffs.
Yes.
They definitely should have won this game against the Steelers, and they did.
Yeah.
But in a convincing way.
Yeah.
They put up a good amount of points.
Yeah.
But held the other offense a little bit. So.
Yeah. One team, Miami Dolphins, is another disappointing team. That's a team that I expected to put a better performance up.
7 points. Man. Wow.
You know what I'm saying? It's also feeding into that narrative of teams that play in good weather going into cold weather situations that they don't play so well.
Yeah.
I guess, you know what I'm saying? You have that sunny team play in the snowy weather, and they couldn't handle
-5
they couldn't
degrees,
handle
man,
the cold, man.
Couldn't do it.
And the Chiefs, despite them having not the best of years and being the third seed, first time in the Patrick Mahomes era, you have the Miami Dolphins. Not like Miami Dolphins are were statistically the best offense coming into the game, and they didn't they only had one highlight, and it was that pass to Tyreek Hill for that touchdown. And
that was it, man. That was it.
Yeah, that was
like,
it.
That's their points right there.
That was it. After that, it was all Kansas City Chiefs. Despite Kansas City Chiefs being narratively a drop-heavy team this year when it comes to catching passes, they handled the ball well. They didn't turn the ball over, and they just looked comfortable in the cold, really.
Of course, man.
You know what I'm
Kansas
saying?
City, cracking helmets, all the
helmets were flying. Yeah, like
Wow.
they just look like the most comfortable team out there. They look like the more confident team out there. And
I mean, how can you prepare for that game for the Dolphins? You know,
Yeah.
like being a warm weather team going into the cold.
I feel
how do you prepare for that?
maybe you should have gotten out there earlier. Maybe.
Yeah, that's true. It just looked like they were. I mean, it sounds kind of cliche, but it looked like they were cold.
Yeah.
You know, like they just didn't have it.
Yeah.
Like, they were just. I don't know, man. They didn't look good.
Yeah. You know, Taylor Swift in the stands. You had her. And everybody else in that cold weather was crazy.
Everybody watching on Peacock too.
Yeah. See, that was the issue I had, man. Like that Peacock. Like, I think playoffs should be available for everybody.
Oh, 100%.
Like the fact that
Got to pay for.
one
like that.
you have to pay a couple dollars just to watch some football games. Like, come on, man. Like playoffs should be available for everybody, and like
100%.
the fact that like you have to pay $5 just for a couple weeks just because I want to watch some football is like, all right, man, come on, like you being extra for real.
I agree. Not even the best game either. 26-7. Like,
Right.
I'm sure the Chiefs fans got their.
Yeah, they got their money's worth.
Got their
That's
money's
about
worth,
it.
But
That's
Dolphins
about
fans, man. Nobody else did.
That's about it. For real. That being said, was there any more games?
I think that was it.
That was it.
Yeah,
right?
got through all the Browns, Texans.
Yeah.
Steelers, Bills, Eagles, Bucks. Yeah.
For sure.
Got through all the divisional or the wild card round games.
For that being said, we will take a break here from Going for Two. Matty Ice and Desi Lopez in the building. Coming back from break, we'll preview the games that are coming up. So see you in a couple minutes.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Honey, only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves, not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payments. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got...
Welcome back to Going for Two. I'm Matty Ice. I'm here with my man Desi Lopez in the building.
Yes, sir.
And we here at 22 West Radio, of course, 88.1 FM, KKJZ, HD3, Long Beach, Los Angeles. We also have a 22 West Media app that you can follow us on and download. And we connect through there, and you could get all the latest updates about the things going forward into the year. So, to start it off, we have the divisional round of the playoffs. We have about, 4 games on going forward Saturday and Sunday. What do you think? We have the Texans and Ravens, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Lions, Chiefs and Bills, Packers and 49ers.
Yes,
what do you think the best game will be out of the 4?
Well, I'm gonna leave the Packers for last. So I'm just gonna put them to the side. Packers 49ers. But honestly, looking at these matchups, I like all of them. Chiefs Bills is always good.
Mm-hmm.
Bucks Lions is interesting for me. But I mean Texans Ravens is one that I've been ever since I saw the seeding and looking like when they were gonna play. I'm watching that game, man. That looks like a fun game. I know the Ravens are perfect. They have no flaws. They can't lose. But come on, we've seen crazier things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be real. So I want the Texans to win that game. I think it's going to be the best game of the week.
Okay.
And I think, I don't know, man. I just can see this game being a 35-34, something like that, like a high-scoring game.
Okay.
But I also know that the defenses are solid for both sides. So, it could go either way.
I feel that. I feel like when it comes to the Ravens, I really want Lamar to get his ring just because the narrative around Lamar Jackson is just so negative and I just want to see Lamar Jackson succeed in the playoffs, so he can just get that monkey off his back. Really, I I don't know. I feel like if the Ravens are the best team in the league, which they shown against the 49ers and against the Lions this year, and also when they played Miami this year, they showed that they were the better team. I think they should handle business. Really, I think the closest game when it comes to a back-to-back or back-and-forth effort, I think it's going to be Tampa Bay and the Lions. I think that's going to be a close game. I think Baker Mayfield has that team really kicking on all cylinders, really. And I think the Lions, the Lions are the Lions. That arena is going to be electric again. They got a second home game. I think that's going to be a very close game. What the Bucs showed me against Philly, I think they're going to handle business really. I think the most anticipated game is the Chiefs and the Bills.
100%. Always a good game, man.
It's always a good game.
Playoffs at some point. This
will be the 7th time Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes played against each other. That's including regular season and postseason. This will be the 3rd time in the postseason. Obviously, the Chiefs beat them twice in the playoffs to go to the Super Bowl. I think Josh Allen, you gotta get this one. It's time,
man.
They're
playing good ball too. It's too.
Yeah, and the Chiefs are in terms of a personnel standpoint on a downhill, but they're not gonna go away because they got Patrick Mahomes. Really,
and they're in Buffalo this time, right?
In Buffalo this time, in cold weather again. Two teams that are, I guess we talked about this earlier, two teams that are adapted to the cold weather.
Yeah.
They're not one team that goes from sunny to cold weather. They're both teams that should handle it very well, and I think it'll be a very good game. Hopefully, it's maybe it goes to overtime in that way, I guess. But when it comes to Josh Allen, you got to get this one because, I feel like Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, they're like that monkey, that monkey wrench that they keep running into.
They just can't get over that hump, man. They can't beat them.
Yeah, they need to be able to, prove to the world, if you are that team to go to the Super Bowl, you got to beat them. And, when it comes to the Bills, I think this is the best situation for you. You're at home. You get to sleep in your own bed. And Kansas City, like we say it time and time again, they're on a downhill spiral. It's really just Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey, really. And Sidney Rice, I guess, that rookie wide receiver they have. But for all the, I guess, the Taylor Swift haters out there, you probably want to see Kansas City lose.
Well, they're going on the road too.
Yeah,
they're not home right now. I feel like the Bills have got to put up some kind of effort. They got to make it happen.
Yeah, and the weather is going to be a big part of it. They said that it's going to be a negative degrees, and also the playing field will be it'll be like a sheet of ice on it. So
you need some spikes, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be real fun in that regard. It might be a little sloppy, really. I would say, I don't know when. I thought the other games that were in cold weather were gonna be real sloppy, but I guess it just all depends on how you prepare, really. So Kansas City and Chiefs will be a very anticipated one because you're just looking at Josh Allen to get over that hump. Finally, can he do it? Can he progress in the in his career and go to the championship game?
I think he's got it.
And then you know what I'm saying? We brought you on here for a reason, I guess. Green Bay Packers and the 49ers.
Ooh.
I have continuously said throughout the year how the 49ers are the most complete team, I would say, when it comes to offense, defense, special teams. and time again, they showed that they can compete with anybody besides the Ravens, I guess. They got dominated against. So I will pass it on to my Green Bay Packer. What do you think Green Bay Packer keys to winning this game is?
Man, it is not a loaded question. Like, first of all, it's kind of the same thing I felt with the Cowboys. You know, before the Cowboys game, I was like, the Cowboys are good. The Cowboys have had a good year. Everyone's expecting them to win. Nobody's expecting the Packers to win. So I'm kind of in a tough spot because, like, I got to be hopeful. I got to support them, you know, but, like, I got to be realistic as well. I think they got a shot. I think they can shock the world again for the second time in 2 weeks. But it's going to be tough, man. They're going to need Jordan Love to absolutely shred the defense like he did against Dallas. But it's going to be tough, man. They got guys who can rush the QB. They got guys who can play in the backfield. I'm worried about it, but I think they can. I think the Packers can put up some points. You know, they've been solid all year, or most of the year for that matter. But for me, it relies on the defense, and for the San Francisco 49ers offense to kind of have a down game. I feel like when they've lost this year, Brock Purdy has kind of he struggled a little bit in their losses. So I'm hoping for a little bit of struggle from him. I really need some more from Rashawn Gary. For the Packers, because I mean he's been a little cold recently, but if they can get to Purdy, put him under some pressure, I'm feeling a high scoring game here. I'm feeling some points on both sides because I think the 49ers are just too good.
Okay, because like the past couple years, Green Bay played the 49ers. It wasn't looking so good.
Nah, man,
it was
not.
You know, it was like 2 times in the NFC Championship game back to back, and it was like
they got their number. They got their number, man.
Better number, for real. But I don't know. I feel like when it comes to it, obviously it does start off with Jordan Love. Jordan Love has to perform well because when he does perform well, you see what happens. But that running game, I would say, like, with a young quarterback, the best friend of a young quarterback is a running game. And Aaron Jones, like
Jonesy.
Yeah.
My guy, man. I hope he's back next year. Bring Jonesy back, man. He deserves it.
Ooh,
he deserves
resign?
He deserves it, man. Come on.
Contract.
He's the heart of this team. Come on. But yeah.
Did you guys have another running back from what is his name? Dylan?
AJ Dillon? Yeah. He's been out.
He hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt. I don't know if he's gonna play this week, but he's been hurt. He's got a thumb issue. I think he's been injured with a thumb for a little while now. I'm pretty sure he broke it a few weeks ago. So So we'll see if he plays. But
you sure?
Yeah, Jones has been carrying the load, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure he's gone 4 straight games over 100 yards. I mean, he's been injured all this year, you know. So I'm glad to see him back. I was wondering, like, you know, for most of the season why he wasn't playing, like if he was that bad of an injury.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad they kept him out for as long as they did, because now, like, I mean, that now's when they need him. You know, like, of course they need him throughout the year, but if he's gonna play well throughout the playoffs, I'm happy about it. I'm happy to have him back. I love Jonesy, man. He's been there for a long time. He was there through the Rodgers era, towards the end of the Rodgers era. So I like Jonesy a lot. So I'm hoping for another big game from him.
Okay. Also, Jameer Alexander. I know he came into the Dallas game with an injury.
Ankle injury, yeah.
Ankle injury. He played on it, and then I think he re-aggravated it.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know if he came back in. So I don't know. I think that might be something that you could look at when it comes to the injuries and the matchups. When I guess because he'd be across from Debo Samuel.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Debo.
And I think that'd be a very good matchup when it comes to this game. I think when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, there is always a lot of talk when it comes to Brock Purdy, and is he one of those game managers, or is he one of those people that elevate the team? I think he's a perfect quarterback for that team. I think he's a quarterback that he's not a quarterback that elevates the team. But he does. If he doesn't turn over the ball, he doesn't hurt the team.
So you don't think he would succeed in another team?
I think he's. See, I don't think. I think he will succeed, but I don't think he'll succeed at the level that he's at with the San Francisco 49ers. Like, you have Christian McCaffrey behind you. You have Deebo Samuels. You have a nuke. You have that offensive line. You have that defense. You know what I'm saying? So I think everything around him is so great, which allows him to not, if he does make a mistake, it doesn't hurt him as bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think if you were to put him on a team like maybe like Philly,
be a different story.
Yeah,
different story. 100%.
I think it's a different story.
Yeah,
like I don't see Brock Purdy as a Aaron Rodgers, where like
the franchise guy.
If you put Aaron Rodgers on any team in the NFL, he elevates that team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Aaron Rodgers took multiple Packers teams, at least the last couple teams, to the NFC Championship, where it was like, I don't think was the best teams.
Oh, yeah.
But I think he elevated those teams into NFC Championship teams.
Back-to-back MVPs. You know
what I'm saying?
He's
right.
A big reason for that, 100%. I agree.
Absolutely. Yeah, when it comes to these matchups, it's definitely quarterback heavy. You have Jared Goff and the Baker Mayfield. What do you think the best quarterback matchup is in the divisional round this week?
I was looking at Allen Mahomes, obviously. But honestly, I'm looking at, like what I said at the very beginning, Texans, Ravens, C.J. Stroud versus Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
You know, I've always liked Lamar Jackson, but I feel like that's just two different kinds of quarterbacks that, like, play very it's very fun to watch them play for both of them. You know, like, I like watching C.J. Stroud play. I think he's fun to watch. And obviously Lamar Jackson's fun to watch, too. Like, he's explosive. He can use his legs, run around wherever he wants. But I think that's the QB matchup that I'm watching. But I also think Bucks, Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff, like two guys that, let's be real, nobody expected them to be against each other in the divisional round of the playoffs.
Bust,
so,
quote unquote.
Exactly. So that's one that I was going to say as well. But I think Texans-Ravens is my QB pick.
For sure. I'll definitely go with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. I really need Josh Allen, not just because I'm a Raider fan, just because I just need Josh Allen to just really beat the Chiefs, like just for the culture, I guess.
Just watch the Chiefs lose, man.
I just want to see the downfall so bad. I'm so here for it. I definitely think Josh Allen needs to outplay Patrick Mahomes, because if he doesn't, I think it's another Tom Brady and Peyton Manning situation. I don't know if you are too inclined on that. Because, I think when it comes Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, that was a big rivalry. Mm-hmm. And when it came to the playoffs, Tom Brady always had Peyton Manning's number for the longest time. And then the times that Peyton Manning did go to the Super Bowl with the Colts, he had to beat Tom Brady and the Patriots to go. So I think there's another situation like that with Josh Allen that like Josh Allen's in that Peyton Manning role, and there's a lot of Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady references that all right, Josh, you need to overcome to finally get that monkey off your back. I think that's gonna be a very good matchup when it comes to the victor in that regard. I guess we have about 5 minutes left. What do you think? Let's get the predictions, I guess. We'll start off with the Houston Texans and the Ravens.
See, that's a tough one.
You think
that's a tough one. Obviously, man, I think the Ravens will take it. Honestly, I think they've been too good all year to not, handle the Texans. But I want to see them put up a fight. I want to see the Texans put up a fight. But I think the Ravens got that one.
Okay. You don't think that 2 weeks off is gonna hurt them?
I was thinking about that too with the 49ers as well, because they both had 2 weeks off. they've had time to rest their guys, if anything else. But I feel like that can rub teams the wrong way sometimes. You know, you got to have the right mentality going into that break. Like, you got to be football ready. You got to not get cold.
Right.
It happens to a lot of people, you know?
Mhm.
Like, people get cold and people don't perform after they've had rest. So we'll see what happens with them. I don't think they get past that. I think they were just too good. But I think they'll be ready for that game 100%.
Sure, for sure.
But for the rest of these games, what
Bucks
do you
and
think? What do you think for Bucks Lions?
Bucks Lions, I definitely think the Lions gonna get them. I think they got a better team around them. But I definitely think the Bucks are gonna make it close. I think they're gonna fight because Baker Mayfield is a survivor and he's a fighter in himself. So I think he's gonna have that team ready. But I think the Lions are gonna pull it out. I think it's gonna be another close one, and Detroit's gonna be in for a good one. It's gonna be in for a good one for sure.
I agree, man. I'm looking for the Lions to win, but I think the Bucks. Honestly, the Bucks win that game for me. I think they win that game. I think they take the Lions down at home. I'm picking an upset for Bucks Lions.
Okay.
We'll see what happens there.
Okay.
I mean, I can't pick too many upsets, so.
Right. Okay. We're gonna save that 49ers game for last.
Yes, sir.
But
we will. Chiefs
Buffalo
Bills. Chiefs
and
Bills.
Chiefs.
I mean, I think I said it before. I mean, I'd like to see the Bills win this game. I just think I'm a big momentum guy. Like I've said that in the past, but I'm a big momentum guy, and I think playing good ball in the playoffs, you gotta have that drive, and I think they have it right now. I think the Bills take it, but I think this is another like fireworks game where you see a lot of points in the cold. Maybe that has an effect. Maybe you see a defensive game, but I think it's gonna be a good game. I'm picking the Bills.
I'm picking the Bills too. I think Josh Allen, this is a legacy game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Like, if you go 0-3 against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs,
That's mentally draining, man.
You know what I'm saying? And like a lot of people gonna be like,
Come
we can never
on,
put
man.
you
At
over
home
Patrick
too?
Mahomes.
At home too.
Right.
That's even worse.
Like
even worse.
Like you can't fall to them. You can't be like all right, like this is your time. Like you gotta show that you are the guy.
I think he knows that. I think he knows that too.
You know
I think he's got that mentality.
Like, get that monkey off your back for real. So the grand one, we have the 49ers and the Packers. I think I know who you're gonna pick.
Do you? Do you know who I'm gonna pick?
I
think
think
everybody
I
knows who
have
I'm gonna pick. Let's be real.
I think I have a little
idea.
little
inclination.
idea.
Well, let's go. You pick first. I want to hear what you got to say.
See, I want the Green Bay Packers to win. I want to specify that.
Everybody does.
I want the Green Bay Packers to win because I would love to see the 49ers fall. But I definitely think the 49ers are going to win.
Yeah.
Because, again and again, I say this again and again, I think they are the more all-around team when it comes to every position on the field. And if the 49ers do lose, I think it's going to be on the Green Bay Packers roughing up Brock Purdy. I think that is big. I think the way Green Bay does win this game is if you could get Brock Purdy off his spot. If you're able to do that, if you could fluster him, if you could put him in a position where he's a happy feet or he's turning over the ball, then Green Bay got a chance for sure.
I agree. I think they've got a real shot. I'm picking Green Bay. I'm picking the Pack. Go Pack, go.
No way.
No way. What a surprise, right? But no, I'm picking the Pack, man. I mean, to be honest, it's got to be a 1-point game for me. It's got to be a 1-point game. Win by a field goal. I'm not too confident in the field goal kicker, but that's a conversation for later.
Did Crosby's
gone.
Crosby's
Gone.
retired?
Yeah, he's gone. I don't know if he's retired. I think he's on the Giants or something,
okay.
But yeah, he's gone. But they got a rookie kicker. I think 1-point game. Go Pack, go. Jordan Love, you know what to do. You know what to do. You've been doing it for the last few weeks, all year, man. I believe in you. You got this, man. You got this. Show up in the 49ers house and take them down. Take them down, man.
It.
Come on. But
okay.
It'll be fun to watch. It'll be fun to watch for sure.
For sure. I appreciate you
Yes,
for
sir.
joining the show.
Always, man.
You know
Thank you
what
for
I'm
having me
saying? This is Matty Ice, and this is Desi Lopez, and this is Going for Two. Next show will be Footy Fridays.
Yes, sir.
With Desi Lopez and
back.
my man Zach in the building. So tune in for that if you into some, I guess, real football. This is 22 West Radio. Tune in on 88.1 FM KKJZ HD3 Long Beach, Los Angeles. And we will see you next week for the championship round of the AFC and NFC. See you next week.
Go Pack, go, baby.
Bye-bye.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to episode 12 of Footy Fridays. I'm your co-host, Zach Durham, alongside my other co-host, Desi Lopez.
Yes, sir.
Carlos Raya, our producer, on the sticks. But we got a lot of stuff to talk about. It's going to be a busy episode. Let's just get right into it. But thanks for tuning in to Going for Two previously. Now Footy Fridays. Dunk discussions coming up next on 22 West Radio Sports Block. But let's get right into it. I want to talk about the return of Kevin De Bruyne.
Nice.
I want to jump right into that. I know neither of us are really big fans of Man City, but that guy is the best midfielder in the world.
You think he's like in conversations for not just best midfielders right now, but like of all time?
Of all time. I mean,
Of
he just does everything.
How can he not be? Like, I mean, guy's ridiculous, man.
He does everything. So he's been out he got injured in the first game of the season, so he'd been out since like August. First game back, comes in the 70th minute against Newcastle. They're down 2-1. Within 5 minutes, scores a banger of an equalizer. I mean, just dribbles through a couple guys, low-driven shot to the bottom left corner. Only him can make that. Like, there's very few midfielders in the world that can make that kind of shot and make it look so easy. And like I said, he comes in, gets the equalizer, and then provides the game-winning assist in the 90th minute to Oscar Bob, which that was a pretty nice goal. I don't know if you saw it, but the footwork was incredible. Yeah. But the pass alone. But he came in, played 20 minutes, and single-handedly won them the game. Yeah. One man of the match. I mean, if he's not the best midfielder in the world, I don't know who is.
100%. I mean, he just changes the culture completely.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a difference maker for that team. But you talk about that game. I mean, I think we talked about Newcastle before that game happened and how they needed to put some points on the board against some stronger teams, but that's got to be crushing for them.
Yeah,
being up by that points, and
they were up 2-1 in like the
loss.
30th minute, and they just kind of let it slip right through their hands. And they're in a point where they're like mid-table. They've lost 4 in a row. Their last win was a 3-0 win in the FA Cup against the rival Sunderland. But yeah, that City game really one that they feel like they could have had. But Kevin De Bruyne stole the show, and rightfully so. I mean, that guy's he's a different breed.
I think Man City are right back in contention for the title. I mean, they always have been, they always will be, it feels like. But I mean, now it's just been cemented with De Bruyne back. Yeah,
it pains me to say that Man City are in it. I mean, you can never count them out. You know, they looked shaky early on, but they didn't have De Bruyne, they didn't have Rodri. They're still missing Grealish and Foden are still banged up.
They're still missing some guys, but
they've got a squad. And anytime Pep Guardiola has a full healthy team, you better watch out for them. But they sit in second place right now, only 2 points behind Liverpool, who still only have 1 loss. I mean, they're just flying high. But kind of off topic, but I did see Mo Salah go down with an injury when he played when he was playing for Egypt the other day. So we'll see if that affects the Liverpool form, because they've been riding high recently. But yeah, shout out Kevin De Bruyne for coming back. Not a fan of City, but I'm a fan of his.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He is different gravy, as they say.
Yeah, I think the next game for Man City, I think they play Burnley in the FA Cup. But
they always get the easiest. No, they play them in the Premier League.
Oh, they play in the Premier League. Okay.
Their next game will be against Tottenham in the FA Cup.
That's right.
But they're not going to have Haaland. But they will have Kevin De Bruyne back, which scares me.
Man, anytime you face a team like that, who gets all their guys back, it's worrisome. But I mean, you know who else is getting some guys back?
It's Tottenham.
It's
I was going
Tottenham.
to say, let's talk about that matchup a little bit. So next
Yeah.
Friday, a week from today, that game will be going on live during Footy Fridays. And it shames me to say that I'm not going to be here, and I'm really upset about it.
We'll have it running. We'll have some kind of.
Well,
Some
we
kind
need
of
like a
thing running
cardboard
here.
cutout
Oh
of
yeah.
me. Yeah.
Just- yeah.
But
100%. Prayers up for Zach. Again.
once again. But yeah, Man City and Tottenham, that game's going to be played at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, where they've yet to not only win, but they haven't even scored a goal in that building yet.
What is it about? What is it about Tottenham Hotspur Stadium?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
It's
I don't
weird.
know.
It's weird. It's a weird thing that they're such a good squad, but they struggle at one stadium for whatever reason. Maybe it's just Tottenham. Maybe Tottenham's that good.
They always play up to they play up to their opponents, and they'll play down to opponents that they're better than, which is could be. It's not the best thing. It's not a good thing to look at. But as you mentioned, yeah, we do get some players back. Romero and Van de Ven returned, and it was so good to see Van de Ven come back. He is just something.
Difference maker.
Yeah, he's just so calm, and I mean, every time he went down in that game, the previous game, I was against Man United.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, please get up. Please get up. You're fine.
The hamstrings, man, they always kill you. They always are bad.
Yeah. But to see him and Romero, and then Madison is supposed to come back for that game against City, and that's what we're missing. We need a creative midfielder to just kind of get that final bit of brilliance in the final third, just one pass to any of the forwards. But we've been lacking that creativity in the midfield, and it's perfect that he's coming back for such an important game.
I think they've made some strides with the guys they have. I mean, they've been pretty solid, I want to say, without Madison. But, losing Son obviously isn't going to help their creativity or their goal scoring chances at all. But, like you said, getting Madison back is tremendous. It's going to help so much.
And it'll be interesting to see what lineup they put out, especially given they just signed Werner and Dragusin. Werner, shout out to him. He didn't play great, but, coming into a new team and getting the start and bagging an assist, pretty impressive.
People were not expecting him to do anything early on for Spurs, so I'm happy to see him do well. But
I mean,
like you said, it's going to be interesting to see what they run out for a lineup because they got a lot of guys right now. They got a lot of quality.
Do you think they would ever go with a back three with Romero, Van de Ven, and Dragusin?
They might be scarred from Antonio Conte's run squad.
Well, I'm thinking if you've got Porro and Udogie on the outside playing upper,
Wing backs.
wide midfielders, and then in the middle you could have Bentancur and Højbjerg or Madison.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of different things they could do.
You could tweak it around, but I think Ange likes the 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, I think if you did run a 3-back, Romero, Van de Ven, and Dragusin, that's a pretty solid back three. I mean,
It's making me want to start a FIFA career mode with them and tweak the formation a little bit, because that's like a lethal back three.
100%.
And then if you've got those wing backs on the outside whipping in crosses, I mean, it's over. It's over.
100%.
But yeah, excited for that game against Man City. I think for Tottenham, you should prioritize this game. You need to win a trophy, whereas Man City, they're going to want to win it, but I think they're more focused on staying in the title contention. Not that Tottenham's not, but for a team like Man City, they expect to be one of the top two teams fighting for the Premier League title, but they're also in the Champions League. I think the FA Cup is their third priority, whereas if you're Tottenham, this has got to be like a top priority because this is the closest you can get to winning a trophy, perhaps this season. I mean, as much as I want to see them compete for the Premier League title, I think they'll make it interesting, but right now they're sitting 5 points behind league leaders Liverpool, but Liverpool have that game in hand. So they can find themselves 8 points behind. You got to put all your chips into this hand.
100%. I mean, if you are Man City, coming off a treble, can you imagine back-to-back treble winners? I mean, obviously they're not gonna. I mean,
that's in their mind.
They're gonna prioritize certain things. Obviously, Champions League, Premier League, FA Cup's kind of the third one, but it's just insane that they already won that and they still have a chance to they're in contention to win all three right now.
Yeah.
And they might not prioritize that game too much, but I think they still want to win any game that they end up playing. So it's going to be a good game in my opinion, but I don't know. I think Man City might struggle a little bit against Tottenham.
I think no matter what happens, somebody's going to win. I don't think there will be a draw, and I don't think there will be a replay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think both teams, that's worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Where if you just have an extra game added on to your schedule of fixtures, that's just going to affect the depth and the quality of just how your
Every-
players are
yeah.
resting. I think both of those teams are going to want to finish that game after 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. But sticking with Premier League, I want to talk about Everton and Nottingham Forest, because when you think of Premier League teams getting deducted points, or what's the word I'm looking for? It's totally penalized, I guess.
Right.
For spending too much money or reporting those aren't the teams that come to mind. You think of Chelsea, Man City, Arsenal, even Tottenham, some of the teams that are spending big, but yeah, Everton and Forest possibly facing a point deduction.
Another
For profitability and sustainability rules, which is different than FFP.
Yeah.
It has to do with like how much losses you can report over a 3-year period.
Yeah.
And I think they exceeded that, because for a team like Forest, they just got promoted like what, 3 years ago,
Something
4
like
years
that,
ago,
yeah. They're pretty recent.
and they just started spending money right away. They haven't made enough money
Back,
in return
yeah.
to make up for that money they've spent. So they're facing a point deduction along with Everton, who have already been deducted points.
They're just in the mud right now, man.
Yeah,
they
it's
cannot
just,
get
you
out
got to
of it.
feel for them.
But there's got to be a reason for it, right? Like if you're being penalized that much, like there's something going wrong somewhere for somebody, right? Like I have to believe that there's somebody who's not doing their job right, or somebody who's just
Like in the front office.
exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So you feel for them 100%, but another point deduction for them would just kill them.
Yeah, Everton are in 17th, Forest in 15th. Both of them kind of floating around that. Not
Relegation
quite.
zone.
Yeah, they're right around relegation. I mean, Luton are only a point behind Everton, but they have a game in hand. And then Forest are 3 points clear of Everton. So, it'll shake. If there is a ban or a point deduction, that will certainly shake things up.
100%. It's unfortunate too for both those teams, and it feels like it's weird that, I mean, hopefully not other teams don't have the same thing happen to them, but it feels weird that those two teams are getting singled out at this moment,
Well, if you look at Man City, there's 115 charges against them, and people are saying, like, well, how come they haven't been deducted points yet? Where's their investigation? The investigation is still ongoing because of how many charges there are. They got to go through every single one of them before they can come up with a final decision.
Yeah.
So that's why it's taken so long, and that's why it's there's yet to have a decision has yet to be made as far as how to deal with Manchester City, because that's everyone's pointing the fingers at them, you know.
Especially Everton and Nottingham Forest fans. They're like, why us, man? Like, what are we doing? But it's unfortunate for them, 100%.
It's kind of pathetic if you ask me. I mean, if you look at those two teams, that's like the last thing they needed right now.
Yeah, I mean, if they're doing something seriously wrong and like they're making a big enough deal about it, I guess you can call them out. But when the same things seem to be happening throughout the entire league, it's a little ridiculous that like those teams alone are being called out. At least at this point. And I know you said there's a lot of time.
And we had talked about Everton's form a couple weeks ago. That form has completely fallen off.
Yeah.
Their last 5 games, they only have 1 win. So certainly the pressure is on for them, whether they get deducted more points or not. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Forest have won their last 2 games, so they're kind of
creeping up a little bit.
But they've got a roster. I mean, it makes sense why they were included in that. I know Everton kind of had a whole rebuild in between managerial transitioning and whatnot, but Forest
spent a lot of money, did they?
Forest spent a lot of money like right off the bat on guys like Awani. They went out and got Callum Hudson-Odoi, Anthony Elanga, Morgan Gibbs-White. Well, he was there before then.
Yeah. Nuno Tavares.
Yeah, like a bunch of these guys that
Origi.
they spent money on.
Yeah.
To help them stay up in the Premier League. They didn't want to go up and then get sent back down. They were like, we're going to spend money now to stay up. And it's starting to bite them if you look at the financial aspect of things.
It's unfortunate, though. Like, I feel like a lot of teams try to do that when they get promoted. You know, that you have to kind of. When you get promoted, you want to stay in the Premier League. You want to spend some money. But
that's the modern game.
Yeah.
And it's kind of unfortunate because the rich get richer and the other teams got to keep up.
Yeah.
And when they do try to keep up, they get
penalized
for it.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, man.
But yeah, not a whole lot of Premier League news. Most of them had been playing the FA Cup. Just some exciting FA Cup games coming up. But I want to transition to the special one.
Our special edition today.
Former Tottenham manager, former Chelsea and Real Madrid and Porto legend.
I am Jose Mourinho.
I am Jose Mourinho. Yeah, Roma sacked him after 2.5 seasons.
He's done. He's done.
It just makes no sense to me. We talked about it before the show started. I mean, they're in 9th place, which if you're like, okay, 9th,
it's not great.
that's not great. But they're only 5 points out of 4th.
When you think about like European football and like the way the leagues work, 9th is not your like worst position to be in.
No.
You know, when you're thinking about teams that are in 17th, 18th, they could get relegated. Like that's where you don't want to be at all.
Yeah.
But 9th and your manager's gone. I know they haven't been in great form, but like
I
teams,
think
teams are in bad form all the time.
right. I think their form is what made them finally decide to just pull a trigger and sack him.
Yeah.
Only one win, 1 draw, and 3 losses in their last 5, and kind of a crucial part of the season. I know they got knocked out of the Coppa Italia by Lazio, one of their rivals.
I just think they're used to being a little bit higher in the table. Like they're used to being 5th, 4th. Like they're used to competing a lot more than this.
Mm-hmm. And
that might just be a culture thing for that club because I know that club has a lot of pride. And when their team's not performing that well, I feel like all through Italy, that's just what kind of happens with clubs. Like,
yeah, but it's just sad to see. I mean, the last 3 managerial gigs for Mourinho have been cut short.
Yeah.
Going back to when he was coaching at Tottenham, Daniel Levy sacked him 5 days before the Carabao Cup final, and that was the closest Tottenham have been to winning a trophy since 2008.
Yeah.
It just makes no sense. I mean, you can point all the fingers to Daniel Levy, but Man United did the same thing, sacking him. But there was the whole beef with him and Ronaldo, and it was a few players that weren't getting along with Mourinho, and they decided to back the players.
That's a good question, actually.
We need Beto and Maher.
Yeah, I'm blanking on their names.
And Jerry.
But yeah.
We need the
All
United fans here.
Yeah.
Because I want
United
to hear
boys.
their opinion on what they think about this sacking. I mean, it's the special one for a reason.
Is it him? Like, is he towards like a specific part of the season? Is he just a problem? Like, does he just rub off on the players in the wrong way, or the management, or the higher ups? Like, it's got to be right with his history and like what's happened to him.
I don't know if he's he's a players coach where he really stands by his players, especially his young guys. It's got to be higher up on the boards of the decision making that are like, look, we just don't see eye to eye with his vision.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw the video of him leaving the training grounds after he'd gotten fired. He was watery-eyed. I mean, he was visibly upset and
He's lost his job, man.
Yeah, but I mean, he wasn't that emotional after getting sacked by Man United or Tottenham. I think he really invested himself into Roma, and it's just unfortunate to see them kind of give up on him halfway through the season. And it's not even a lost season. I mean, they're mid-table, but as I said, they're 5 points behind Fiorentina for 5th place or 4th place.
If they just win a few games in their next like 5, like they're right back in the competition.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, you saw it. I mean, in the NFL talk, we'll segue a little bit, but coaches being fired like halfway through the season, defensive coordinators being fired. Like, is that a strategy that works? Really? Like, have you seen that before where it's worked out? And maybe that's
Daniel talked about that too. It's just really rare. Well, no, excuse me. He said it's way too common for coaches to just get fired right after the first 5-6 games.
Yeah.
If you don't get results, I mean, it's a result-based sport.
Yeah.
You got to get results. You got to get points. If you're Roma, like, it's a head scratcher. Yeah. It's a head scratcher. But what I respect about them, his replacement is Roma through and through. He bleeds that club. Daniel De Rossi. He's going to take over. I think that's the perfect replacement for Mourinho. I think he just fits into their vision and the identity of that club. They're going to be tough. They were tough under Mourinho, but De Rossi is going to turn them into a bunch of Roman gladiators.
See, what I'm thinking about is like when people fire their managers or their coaches, and like where the team goes after that. If they start performing well, and you're like, oh, it was the manager was the problem. But then if they go the other direction, you're like, oh, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have fired him. He wasn't the problem. It's a, like you said, performance-based sport and results-based. And it's just unfortunate for guys that might not be the problem. especially when you're that close to the top of the table. You know,
Yeah.
it's just crazy.
Well, De Rossi's got quite a squad. I'm just looking at their roster that he has to deal with. I mean, just the forwards alone. He's got Paulo Dybala, Bellotti, Lukaku, El Shaarawy, Tammy Abraham, who's hurt right now. But that midfield, you got Leandro Paredes, Karsdorp, Renato Sanchez, who's hurt, Lorenzo Pellegrini, Houssem Aouar. Like, they've got some players that he's got a full roster that he can kind of decide what he wants to do with it. And I think it's going to look a lot different than what Mourinho had. It'll be interesting to see the lineup that they roll out tomorrow against Verona. And if it's a different starting lineup than we've seen from them all season long. But guys like Dybala, who have kind of refound their form late in their career, I think it's astronomically beneficial for guys like them.
I'm just looking at their squad, and like you mentioned the midfielders and the forwards, their defense too. Chris Smalling, he's injured at the moment. Gianluca Mancini, Leonardo Spinazzola, like they've got quality on their team, and like maybe that's just one of the reasons that they thought the coach was the problem. That maybe this quality of players was like, you need to be at the top of the table.
I agree. I think that's definitely part of it. You know, a high caliber coach like Mourinho with a roster like this should not be in ninth place, and it's unfortunate that they are, but I don't think that warrants the firing
decision like
at this
that,
time
yeah.
of the season. I think it's just too early. I mean, they're still competing for Europe, are they not?
No, they are. 100%.
Yeah, they're still in the Europa League. I mentioned earlier that they lost to their rivals Lazio in the Coppa Italia, but they've got Feyenoord February 15th in the Europa League knockout stage. So they're fully still in that thing. I totally think they'll beat the Dutch side after both of those games, and it's just crazy. And he won he won them their first European title in like a few decades after he won the Conference League in his first year.
See, that's why I'm under the impression that it's got to be something that we just don't know.
Yeah.
That like there's something under the surface that it's just not clear to the outside eye.
I would agree with that.
Did you guys hear that, going off what Desi said, that there's something going on like bigger than what we know about Mourinho's firing? He was offered a contract by Saudi Arabian soccer team, and if he would have taken that contract, with which he declined, he would have been the richest manager in football history, but he didn't take it. And essentially this is what ended up happening with him and Roma.
Wow.
So.
I respect that for him, you know. We were kind of talking about the Saudi Arabian League a little bit, and just it's interesting how much finance has taken over soccer.
It's unfortunate too.
Yeah. But shout out Mourinho. Do you think he's done? Do you think he's going to go find another team, or do you think he's just going to go on vacation for a bit, enjoy life?
I think just because it's January, he might be looking for another job just for this last part of the season. I don't know who's looking for a managerial opening right now. I mean, he could look at a national team for the Euros this summer. I think that's his best bet.
Portugal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They've got Martinez, right?
Yeah. Going back to what I said about Saudi Arabia, not only did Saudi Arabia also offer him a contract, but you just said Portugal. Portugal and Brazil both offered Mourinho a job, and he also rejected it. So I'm glad he bought up Portugal, because I forgot about that. But he also rejected. He rejected 3 jobs, basically.
Jeez.
3 offers.
So that just goes to show how much and
how invested he was, right?
Yeah, going back to him, that video of him emotionally, visibly upset after getting fired and leaving the training grounds. Like, he turned down some pretty sweet gigs just to stick with that club, and they couldn't even have the audacity to keep him around, even though he displayed his loyalty to them.
Yeah, that's just wild to me that like he was offered a bunch of jobs and he was like, no, I'm staying. I like this. I like where I'm at. And they were like, you know what? We're 9th in the table. We're not as good as we should be. You're gone.
Yeah.
Like it seems a little cutthroat.
I think if I were him, if I'm going to stick with a club, I would wait till summer.
Yeah.
Go on vacation the next couple months. Wait till June. Sign a contract once everyone's contracts are over, and then come in the summertime, wherever you are, and just build from there. Get some summer signings. Create a new identity for wherever he goes. It's going to be interesting to see where he goes. It's going to be a top team. It's going to be a team that can compete in the Champions League or any European tournament. I think it'd be cool if he went back to Porto, but I don't know if they're looking for a new manager right now. I'm not sure how they're doing in the Portuguese table, but Yeah, shout out Jose Mourinho, man, the special one. One of the greatest icons managerial wise, not just manager wise, just in the entire sport.
Yeah, it's sad
what
to
a
see.
guy.
It's sad to see for him, 100%. But yeah, I mean, I think the Euros or a national team would be the best place for him to kind of like not relax, but take it a little bit easier because it's a national team. Like, there's a lot of pressure for sure, but you can definitely build something from there and build some momentum. So,
yeah. Well, do you want to? We kind of talked about Saudi Arabia a little bit. I think that's a good transition to talk about Karim Benzema, because he has been
unhappy.
He's been unhappy. And then look at Jordan Henderson. Jordan Henderson just signed a contract with Ajax because he was very unhappy in Saudi Arabia.
I kind of expected this. To be
And
honest.
do you think that's going to start a trend? Like, if Benzema does go back to the Premier or goes to the Premier League or wherever he goes, it says that Chelsea and Arsenal, kind of the top teams that are interested in them. But he signed a major contract, and somebody's going to have to pay it out, or he's stuck in Saudi Arabia. But if he does leave, do you think that starts a trend of all these players that went to Saudi Arabia, thought they could have a career there, and realize, like, this isn't right for me?
I think most of it might be a hot take, but I think most of the players that actually agreed to go to the Saudi League, like, their main goal wasn't to play football. It was to get paid. And, like, while that is, you want to get paid, you want money, essentially. I just don't feel like that's passion for the sport. Like, that's passion to play. And I don't mean to call anybody out who went to the Saudi League, but I feel like I wouldn't go to the Saudi League if I was passionate about playing football.
Yeah, there were some sources that were trying to compare it to, like, the top 5 leagues in Europe, saying that, it's better than... I mean, people will argue that it's better than the MLS just because of the quality of players that have played in Europe versus... I disagree. It's not as competitive. It's top to bottom. There's not nearly as much competition as people like to think there is. Just because you've got some star-studded lineups doesn't mean that they're playing to their full capability.
It also doesn't mean that it's passionate football that you're watching.
Yeah.
It means there's this guy who's making a bunch of money playing for your team.
Yeah.
Might get injured, too. Look at Neymar.
Yeah.
Some rumors about Neymar leaving, too.
Oh, yeah.
Those have been kind of
Yeah, I think they refuted those rumors.
Yeah.
I think because there was rumors that his contract was going to be terminated. He'll be free to negotiate with anyone else. But yeah, it'll be interesting. But if Benzema in the Premier League, that'd be scary.
Chelsea need a big
I
striker.
think that would be the scariest landing spot for him if he were to go to Chelsea. Even Arsenal, both of those teams need a striker. And he's world class. I mean, when he's in form, he is one of the best in the world. Up there with Lewandowski, Harry Kane. Really, those are the top 3 strikers in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. Erling Haaland. Mbappe.
He's getting there. Yeah, Mbappe, he's been quiet this year.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if... Well, I think people are just sleeping on the French league in general. Kind of not as competitive as the others, but...
Not you, though. You're repping today.
I am repping. Shout out Kylian Mbappe.
Yes, sir. But, yeah, Saudi League. Imagine if he went there, Mbappe, for $1 billion.
That would be a shame, if you ask me. I don't think it'd be very well received if he ever did that. But he is rumored to Real Madrid.
Yeah.
And that's been quite a saga of its own. It's been back and forth.
Yeah.
I think he should, I don't know.
Go? You think he should go? I think he should go. I don't want him to go because that's just, like, otherworldly that he would go there for that team. But I just don't think he can sustain a career at PSG.
Yeah.
Opinion.
Speaking of Real Madrid, this is kind of off topic and not even on our script, but did you watch that game against Atletico in the Copa del Rey?
No, I didn't.
That was a wild game.
Yeah.
That was a wild game. It was 2-2. Well, it was 2-1 going into the half, and the only goal that Real Madrid scored was an own goal from Jan Oblak. Kind of fumbled a shot attempt and then ends up rolling into the back of the net.
Oh,
but then Joselu scored an equalizer in like the 80th minute, and then they went to extra time, and Antoine Griezmann scored a world-class goal. I mean, he just picks it up on the right wing. For some reason, he was being marked by Vinicius, who should not be in that position to prevent like a go-ahead goal to a guy like Antoine Griezmann. But
that's crazy.
The angle that he scored from was incredible. I mean,
I gotta check it out, 100%.
Yeah, that was really. But yeah, Atletico, and that was days after they had just lost to Real Madrid in the Super Cup, right?
I thought didn't Barcelona lose to them in?
Well, yeah, but this was in the semis.
Oh,
in
right,
the semis,
So
it was a Madrid derby.
Right.
Real Madrid won that one. Atletico Madrid got revenge in the Copa del Rey, which, in my opinion, I think that's more of an important tournament if you're a fan of the Spanish league. But yeah, Atletico Madrid move on. But looking at that Real Madrid team, they're pretty banged up right now. I mean, we talked about all the center backs that are hurt. Courtois is still hurt. Yeah, they've played like 3 games in the last week, and 2 of those games went to extra time. So they are like gassed at this point. I mean, that roster is being asked to do a lot.
They got a little bit of time before the Champions League starts up again.
Mm-hmm.
But before that happens, you want to get them healthy. You want to get your guys back. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Like, you need to get your top players in. You look at De Bruyne, the impact he's had at Man City. And your top players they're going to help you. They're going to help you win. And when you don't have them, it's just sad for your team, honestly. But
yeah, speaking of Champions League, I'm excited. We're less than a month away from the knockout stage. I just can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully I'm just hoping they're good matchups. I mean, I'm looking at them right now. I would love to see Porto beat Arsenal. That's all I can think about. That's all I can think about.
Yeah.
Do it for the special one.
Yes, always. Maybe he comes back. Probably
Maybe.
not. Probably
Nah.
not. Probably not.
Who knows?
We'll see.
Who knows?
We'll see.
But, yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and then outside of that break, we're going to talk a little bit about MLS. The Mexican League just started up once again. A few games have been underway, but we're going to look at some of the players and headlines through the first couple of weeks. And then we're back to Kit Check. It's been a while since we've done Kit Check.
Got a lot of kits today, too.
Yeah, a lot of kits. And then we've got a couple other segments, so don't go anywhere. You're listening to Footy Fridays on 22 West Radio.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving.
And welcome back to Footy Fridays. Let's just get right into it. I want to talk about the U.S. men's national team a little bit.
Yes, sir. Our
Gio
guy.
Reyna wants out of Dortmund, which makes sense considering they just signed Jadon Sancho. Where do you think Reyna fits?
I mean, you're looking at some of the teams that I think want him. Some teams in France, Marseille, Lyon, and then some teams in Spain. I just feel like maybe I'm a little bit off key here, but I feel like he's been a bit of a problem just in general with his relationship to the U.S. men's national team coach. And I don't know. I just feel like he's young. Like he's been in the headlines a lot. I feel like you don't want
and it's
that.
for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like he can make an impact in a lot of places. Like, he's a good young player. So I feel like he could do well in Spain.
Yeah.
I think I like his play style in Spain or even a place like Portugal.
Do you
He
think
could
the
play in
Premier
Portuguese
League, the lights would be a little too bright for him?
Yeah, for him right now. I just think with all the things he's done, he's done well at Dortmund. He's had flashes of, success, but I don't know. I don't feel like right now is the best time for him to be on a stage like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's been in the news for wrong reasons. I feel like he needs to
Focus on his football.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, he's got all the talent in the world. He's only 21 years old,
Yeah.
but I think he just needs to find a home where he can get some consistent playing time and just kind of, like I said, just focus on his football and
Yeah,
establish himself as one of the young stars of this U.S. men's national team.
because that leads right into him being the first pick in the national team.
Yeah.
Because obviously he was not really a factor for.
He was like the first
Greg
bench
Berhalter,
player. He was like the
yeah.
first player on.
Yeah, but he wants
Um,
to be more than that. I think he could be, but
Yeah.
he's got to show it, man. You gotta be humble. And speaking of humble, Christian Pulisic.
What a goat.
I love this guy for AC Milan. I think he fits perfectly for them, and I don't know. I feel like people didn't love him as much as they thought they did after Chelsea kind of let him go.
Yeah, I mean, he played well at Chelsea. He's had some important moments for them. It wasn't. I think they held him to too high of a standard.
Yeah, after that one season he had.
Yeah.
Over the-
But he's flying high for AC Milan right now. He just won the December Player of the Month for Serie A. But that's exactly what he needs right now. Kind of like entering the, I guess, I don't want to say peak of his career.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
He's in his age 25 season. This is where you, like, from 25 to 27, like, that's when you establish yourself as, like, I'm here to do business.
Especially with the World Cup coming in a couple years, and he'll be a prime age for that World Cup run. He'll be 27 by that point.
Yeah.
So
I would love to see him stay at AC Milan.
yeah,
For the remainder of his career until he decides to come back to the MLS, if he were to do that.
oh yeah, eventually.
I just think he's able to shine over there without too many eyes on him.
That's the best time to shine, man.
Yeah.
When nobody's watching you,
Yeah. No, I agree.
no expectations. I love that for him, especially him as a U.S. men's national team player. But
Going back to kind of transitioning to MLS, Chiellini was hired. Well, he retired, and then he announced that he's going to stay with the team as kind of like a player development coach, and Jerry loves the move.
I like that move too, actually. I mean, I feel like with his resume and with all the experience he has, I just think it's a good fit.
Yeah, and think about all the connections that he has back home in Italy, where he's got scouts that can just hit him up anytime and be like, hey, I've got a couple guys that I think you could use that aren't going to get any time over here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good move for them.
I think it's funny that he got done playing.
Mhm.
Like he just finished his career.
Yeah.
But I think, it's a good fit.
He doesn't
100%.
want to give up on the sport yet.
Yeah.
He still wants to be involved.
I wouldn't either, man. I wouldn't either.
But Cade Cowell leaving the MLS. It's official that he's joining Chivas. First
million.
Mexican-American player to play for Chivas. First non-Mexican international player to play for them.
Wow. That's insane. I mean,
Yeah,
he
that's what
was-
Jerry told me.
Yeah.
And Beto, earlier on in the Footy Friday season, talked about how, they only roster Mexican internationals. I don't know if is it his mom or his dad that are Mexican?
No,
That's a good
his
question.
mom comes from Mexican descent, but the one family member that was actually born in Mexico is his grandfather from his mom's side.
So he was
that's from there it connects.
Quite literally
Yeah.
grandfathered in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it makes sense, but yeah, hopefully he thrives down there in Chivas, and hopefully he has Chicharito. What a duo that would be, Cade Cowell and Chicharito.
Yeah. Especially
Um,
with Chicharito and his, I don't know. I feel like he has a lot of expectations on him after being the hometown guy and
Mhm.
after having the career he's had. But I completely agree.
Well, and I see Carlos added some notes about how it's been a little more complicated actually getting him to sign that contract. Is he still in rehab?
Because he tore his ACL, right? Or he had some kind of leg injury.
Yeah, it was an
Yeah.
ACL injury. But, Chivas kind of – did they win their first game? I think
That's a
they
good
tied.
question.
They tied their first game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Big
did.
expectations for them, though. I mean, you want to see them succeed.
Yeah.
I know Beto wants to see them succeed, too.
Shout out
so.
Beto. He just got back from Cuba. Hopefully he's listening. Shout out Chivas. I won't give him a shout out to his other team. But yeah, I'll be looking at Chivas this year with or without Chicharito.
Yeah.
But I think that's a good transition into the Mexican League, where a Mexican legend, and Andres Guardado, makes his return to the league after signing with León. From where did he come from? I'm already forgetting.
Was he playing in the Spanish league or something like that? I might be thinking of the wrong person, but I'm pretty sure he came from a team in
Yeah, he was at Betis,
Spain.
Real Betis.
That's right.
So
Betis.
one green team to another green team. But he's 37 years old, man. That's pretty old.
Yeah, it is.
Especially
but-
for a midfielder who's kind of asked to do a lot of running back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, if he's playing at Betis, or he was playing at Betis still, I feel like he's still a solid player. A lot to give.
Played 440 minutes. Which isn't great, but his last game last week against Granada, he put an 8.3 performance
There you go.
in their win. I mean, he's still got it in him. He's just
100%.
he's turned into a more technical player, but he's one of those guys on the Mexican national team where, like, yeah, he represents that country well. Like, he wears that shirt with pride.
Yeah.
You know?
100%. And that's what you want from your guys, especially at Chivas.
Yeah.
With the culture they have there.
Yeah. Any other updates about Liga MX? Let's look at some exciting
I was gonna say look at the
matchups coming up. There's got to be some.
Let's see. I know there was some games tomorrow. Yeah, America plays tomorrow. Tijuana plays tomorrow. They play Atlas.
Tigres and Chivas. That was
Yep,
the one.
That's a good one.
Tigres and Chivas.
When is that game happening?
Should be exciting. I don't know who I like in that one. We haven't seen enough. I mean, each of these Mexican teams have only played one game to start off their Clausura season, but yeah, it'll be interesting.
That's Sunday, right? Yeah, Sunday at 4. That'll be a good game. We'll be keeping an eye on this league for the next few months until it ends, because it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, as long as America get toppled,
No,
that's all that matters
yes,
to
as
me.
long as they just. I can't keep talking about it, man. I can't keep talking about it.
I can't believe Juarez are the only team to beat them in the last 8 months.
That's just insane.
No, it's been less than that, but still, it's
feels
been a
like
while.
It feels like it.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of been a while. Getting into our segments now, if you want. If you're done with the
I'm ready for
the
Kit
Mexican
Check.
League.
I'm ready for
Check
Kit
is
Check.
back. We got, honestly, 10 kits today?
Yeah, we got a bit. Well, we haven't done it in a while, so I figured let's get right into it. And considering there's a few international tournaments going on, we're going to talk AFCON jerseys and Asian Cup jerseys. So let's get right into it. We'll do the AFCON ones first.
There you go.
Mali. These are just sweet.
I like that one. The eagle, we were talking about it. Or the eagle? It's got to be an eagle.
Yeah, it's an eagle. Maybe a falcon? I think it's an eagle.
it's an eagle.
It's an eagle.
Yeah.
But there's also a black one. They have a third kit that's black.
Ooh.
Same thing, but in black. With still the green. It's like the white one, but instead of white, it would be black.
Yeah. No, I like that one. I like that one 100%.
Yeah,
Very
those
nice
are
design.
I think those are my favorites for Africa. That's why I put them at the top. Yeah, I give it a solid 9 out of 10.
I give it a 9. I like it. I like it a lot. I want to see the black one, though, at some point. I want to
Yeah.
figure out where we can find
Yeah,
that.
I was very upset that I couldn't find a picture of all three of them together.
Yeah. It's all good.
But Cape Verde is the next one. I really like these
Ooh.
ones. Just click on
With
the blue
islands?
one. Can you
yeah,
click on
with
the blue
islands
one?
on it?
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
those are nice. Those are nice.
Such
Very-
nice attention to detail
Yeah, I like it. I
with
like
the
it a lot.
islands. And it's just a good color of blue.
I would
Really
wear
creative,
that.
though.
I would wear that for sure.
What's the logo or the sponsor?
Tempo?
Tempo. I've never even heard of them.
Good for them, though.
Shout out to them, yeah.
Represented, yeah. But next one, Nigeria, I think, is the one.
Yeah, I mean
This one?
Nigeria
Yeah.
they always put out good kits. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, 100%. That's another bird on there.
Another eagle.
Another eagle, falcon maybe.
I'd have to
something
look
like
into
that.
maybe it is
Look
a
into the
falcon.
birds. Yeah, a lot of birds for the AFCON jerseys, but
Yeah, Nigeria just don't miss.
they just don't miss.
They don't miss.
Senegal too, I think, is our next kit.
This one's one of my favorites actually. It's just
Yeah, it's
clean.
clean
I
and
love
simple.
the logo
Yeah,
or the crest.
I also love how they really incorporate the color of the flag
Mhm.
well into their jerseys,
And it
I like
pops. I
Yeah.
mean the lining on
Yeah.
the sleeves and the collar, it just makes everything else pop. And then you got the OG Puma logo. I mean, it's just
It's nice.
this might be better than
I like
the
this
Mali
one.
one
I
in
like
my
this one a
opinion.
lot,
I think
yeah.
this is a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd give that one.
And then the
same.
Ivory Coast one, I'm a sucker for the color orange. So I just,
Yeah.
and that logo. I mean,
It
who
reminds
doesn't?
me of a Netherlands jersey that they would wear.
Yeah.
Too. Like the orange. I just love the orange.
And
too.
I like how
agree.
the crest is in the shape of
it,
the
yeah.
actual country.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's kind of hard to see up there on
No,
the
yeah.
on
That's
the.
cool.
Can you zoom like to the right? Can you drag it to the right or no? It's not doing it.
It's all
Yeah.
good. I like that jersey a lot.
Yeah,
But
that's a close.
that's a
I
close
put that
second.
tied with Molly.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just clean and classic. But yeah, that's it for the AFCON kits, which I think we'll have to talk about next episode. I think both of those tournaments are worth keeping an eye on.
100%.
And kind of off the top of my head, well, let's get into the Asian jerseys first. So Japan is the first one.
I like that one. That one's
I think it's the
It's a
same
nice
as their World
pattern.
Cup jersey. I don't think
Yeah.
they changed it. Yeah.
it's
Still,
clean. I like it. It's
Yeah.
clean.
they always put out good jersey. But I do want to mention they just got upset by Iraq. Yeah,
Wow.
Iraq just beat Japan
Wow.
in their second game of the group. They didn't get eliminated. They're still in it, of course, but it's kind of a big upset if you ask me.
100%. Yeah.
And then my personal favorites out of all the Asian ones are these Thailand jerseys. That's
Ooh,
their. So this is the third kit. Those white ones are the third kit. The other ones, like I think the
the
home
blue and
one
the red.
is red. The away is blue. But those third ones, like USA could wear those.
No,
I
yeah,
like 'em.
100%. No, those are nice. I like the. It feels like there's a little fabric on the top, like
Mhm.
a little bit of an extra. I don't know what you'd call that, but it looks really nice. I like
I
it.
dig it. Saudi Arabia is next. They have some nice kits too.
Ooh,
Kind of
those are nice.
similar to
Another-
Nigeria, if you ask me.
Another bird on there.
I think that one's a
And the-
falcon. It could
And the
be
crest,
wrong.
Yeah, that looks like a falcon. I think
I'm
that's
probably
right.
wrong.
I think that's right. But no, those are nice. I like this. I like the Saudi Arabia.
I
you
like-
said? Yeah.
Yeah, I like the white ones. I think they're just. I like a clean. I don't like when they're trying to do too much. Not that these are doing too much, but
No, the white ones are
Um,
nice. I like
yeah, I
them.
really like this. And then South Korea. Those are really
Ooh,
sweet.
those are-
Will really liked
those might
these.
be my
I threw
favorite.
these on there for our photographer Will.
Yeah.
Um,
Get a Heung-min Son jersey with that one.
oh, Heung-min
South
Son
Korea.
will rock it.
Yeah, 100%.
He will rock that jersey.
No, I think that's my favorite of the Asian Cup jerseys.
It's
So
kind of got a
far.
pink hue to it, and
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Last but not least, Uzbekistan. Kind of a wild card, but
Whoa.
oh, that is not. Whoa, that is not. That's Qatar.
Is it?
Yeah, that's the Qatar one. Can you scroll down to Uzbekistan, like all the way to the bottom? Kind of sneak at all of them.
I was looking at that guitar.
There
one,
it
I
is,
thought
right there.
It was like a little on the sleeve.
Yeah.
A little fringe.
Uzbekistan. I don't know why I like this one so much. It's just simple, but you kind of got like a starry.
Yeah, I like it.
Polka
bird.
dot.
Is that another bird on the?
A lot of birds. Yeah, a lot of birds.
A lot of birds. That's cool. I like. I mean, yeah, that's nice. I like that one.
It's just different.
It's clean. Yeah,
It's different.
different. I like it. I
But yeah.
like it.
That'll.
Kit check. Back.
Yeah, we need to do kit check more.
I like it.
We gotta
I
do it
agree.
more. I mean,
Especially
there's
when
only
there's tournaments like that where you have a
Yeah.
bunch of different jerseys.
and there's only so many jerseys that you can go through. At least as far as newer jerseys.
Yeah.
So maybe the next kit check will be like a retro favorite
I agree.
or.
There's a lot of kits out there.
There's
man.
just so
There's
many.
So many.
But yeah, let's dive into. We'll briefly go over this. We're running out of time a little bit. I do want to talk about the men's World 11. Are you able to scroll down to it or no? Yeah, just right there. You can see it a little bit.
Yeah, it's.
There
yeah,
we go.
There
Yeah,
you
just
go.
do that.
Perfect. Thank you,
That'll be
Carlos,
good.
for that.
So yeah, starting from goalie to forwards: Thibaut Courtois, Kyle Walker, John Stones, Ruben Diaz. It's a solid backline.
That's
I was
pretty-
very
that's pretty
surprised to see
accurate.
Stones in there. To be
He had a
honest,
good year, though. I mean, I will say. That might be a surprise
Mhm.
to a lot of people, but
Is this only for clubs or is it country and club?
I think it's just clubs. But I just realized that's a whole Manchester City back line
Yeah.
for the FIFA Men's World 11.
And then you got De Bruyne and Silva
More
and
Manchester City.
Bellingham.
And Haaland. And
yeah,
Haaland,
Man City really dominated.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yep.
6.
Six
Six players from Man City, but I mean they're kind of the best team in the world right now.
Yep.
Let's be real.
100%.
But yeah, Bellingham. And then you got Vinicius, Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe, and Lionel Messi. Messi won Men's Player of the Year, and it was very controversial. I know it's player voted, but a lot of people were very upset to see Messi being voted number one over Haaland and Mbappe.
Because I know the
What do you
argument. The argument was like, the award was for a certain time period, and Messi didn't really play like in Europe or anything during that time period.
And he
Which
didn't really win a major tournament.
Which I understand. Like, he did win the World Cup last year, but like that's not really what the award was for.
No.
I'm pretty sure. So there was a lot of controversy, which I kind of understand, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I'm a Messi stan. I mean, he's the GOAT. Let's be real, but
I would have given it to Holland
yeah.
or Mbappe.
I feel like, yeah, I don't know.
It pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah.
That were in the who was it? There was a manager that was like, I don't agree with that. I don't think it was. I don't know who it was.
Yeah.
Somebody was like, it's a disgrace that Messi won. What did he win? That's basically what he was
Yeah.
trying to see. He's
Well,
like,
yeah,
what
no,
did he win for his club and country,
He won
or for his
he
country?
won the League's Cup in MLS. Yeah.
I guess.
Give him the world's best player award.
I guess.
No,
But-
man. Shout out to Messi, but
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty lineup if you ask me. It's kind of a weird formation.
it is
A 3-3-4?
3-3-4.
I don't know if I would ever run that in FIFA, but
No, I definitely not. That's just a lot of. I mean, you're definitely going to score goals with that lineup, though.
Yeah.
Mbappe and Holland.
But that'll bring us to starting 11, and I'm very excited about this starting 11 just because
A little new graphic as well.
yeah, we got a new graphic.
Perfect.
I put some blood, sweat, and tears into this
Yeah,
thing.
thank you for this, Zach. It was a lot of work to put into it. So
I had fun
appreciate
doing
it
it.
as always. Yeah, it looks fun. Looks like a fun.
I had fun doing it, but yeah, we actually have an actual lineup.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alvaro Valles in goal for Las Palmas against Rayo. He's been one of the better goalkeepers in La Liga this season. And it's just so hard to find a goalkeeper. You really got to get creative.
That's why we're blessed with Vicario and for Tottenham. Let's be
yeah,
serious.
Vicario is kind of like our number one goalie.
Yeah.
I think we could put him in there every week and feel confident about it.
100%.
But yeah, we're going to go with Valles this week. Our back three of Van Dijk, Emerson, and Danilo.
I like it. 3 big games too for Van Dijk. I mean, against Bournemouth, Emerson versus Sheffield. So yeah, those are good. Those are good picks. I like them. I always think it's better to go with a more attacking lineup as well for starting 11.
Yeah, and usually for your defenders, you really kind of want to have like a fullback
Mm-hmm.
or a wingback just because they're passing it more. They're more involved offensively.
Yeah.
But if you've got a rock like Van Dijk or Danilo, who's been playing really well for Juventus this season, he's averaging like a 7.5 on
Yeah.
FotMob, which I know we're doing SofaScore for this, but they're roughly the same database. I really like that back line. And Emerson, I'm hoping he gets the start for West Ham.
We've had some trouble with people just not playing. I feel like so
He
far this
should,
year.
though. I
No,
mean,
yeah,
let's-
I think he should against Sheffield United.
They don't have a predicted lineup yet because the game's on Sunday, but looking at West Ham, Aguerd's on international duty, which is why I put him in there.
I like
Because
it.
I think he'd get the start over him,
Yeah.
considering Aguerd's playing for Morocco in the AFCON. So
I agree. No,
I think
that's-
those defenders will get us some points.
I like the defensive picks there.
And then in midfield, Palacios. We got a midfield teammate duo of Ezekiel Palacios and Florian Wirtz for Leverkusen. They take on RB Leipzig. I think both of those are the two most consistently productive players on that team this season.
Looking for a big day too from both of them on this
Yeah.
in this lineup.
I'm thinking a goal and an assist from Wirtz.
Goal
Or-
from
yeah.
Palacios, yeah.
And then Palacios, he's just involved in everything. He's like one of the best box-to-box midfielders in the world right now. And shout out to Xabi Alonso for giving him a role
yeah.
that's similar to his role when he was back in his playing day. He's kind of just everywhere, but more of kind of like a sit-back, a defensive type of player. And then you got Pascal Gross and Rodrigo de Paul, a couple of defensive midfielders that they will boss around the middle of the park.
I agree. I like those picks too for the centralized midfield. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Good
Do
picks
you want
today.
to get into the forwards?
Yeah, I mean we talked about him earlier. Our guy
Christian
Pulisic. I mean, he's been tearing it up.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what he can do against. I'm pretty sure that's
Udinese.
Udinese. Yeah, that's right. Udinese.
Yeah. So I will have to say, I know back in the day we said that we will never have Cesar Huerta in our starting
We
11
did
ever
say that,
again.
yeah.
We're gonna give him a
tides are
second
changing.
chance.
The tides are changing.
Tides are changing. It's a new year.
Yeah, it's a new
2024. It's a new year.
New season for that Liga MX too.
Turn a new leaf. Give him another chance. We're all about second chances here on Footy Fridays. Cesar Huerta back in the lineup. They take on Atletico de Luis.
Come on, man. We believe in you. That's why you're back in this lineup.
And he had a good performance in his first game. I think he won man of the match.
There you go.
Let me
Hey,
double check that
He's
real
in good
quick.
form. He's in good form.
He did. Yeah, he won man of the match in back last week against Juarez.
We believe in you, man. You can
It'll
do
be
it.
hard to get man of the match 2 games in a row, but he's in form. We're rolling with him.
I like it.
Second shit, just don't get a red card.
No red cards.
Cesar, if you're
Stay calm.
listening,
Stay calm in that
if
game.
you're listening to the show, Cesar, no red cards.
Just score goals.
No mas rojo.
Score goals.
And
Speaking of
then
scoring goals, goal
Yeah.
machine, our guy, or
former guy.
Harry Kane.
He's still our guy. Let's be real.
He's always going to be.
I love
he's
this
always gonna
guy.
Be our guy for Bayern Munich against
Bremen. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I mean he's our
Hat
guy
trick
that's tearing it
machine. I could see him scoring a hattie. Let's be
up.
real.
I agree.
But yeah, we're still chasing that week 1 score of 82.1.
We're gonna hit it. It's
This
gonna happen.
feels like it. I'm
gonna
thinking our top 3 players are going to be Kane, Wirtz, and honestly Van Dijk. Yeah, I
was
can
gonna
see
say Van Dijk.
if Van Dijk can score a header on a set piece,
Oh, I like.
we're cooking.
I
We're
like
cooking
it.
with gas.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, I really like, and you can look forward to this presentation of starting 11 moving forward. And if you guys have any suggestions, just leave it in the comments. We will certainly include them moving forward. But that will do it for episode 12 of Footy Fridays. It's been good to get back into. We finally got to spend some time on segments. It's
I
been a
know.
while since we got to focus on them.
I agree. I'm happy about it too. Even if we're gonna miss out on some Zach segments next week.
Yeah, unfortunately, I will not be here next week, but I will be rooting for Tottenham against Man City in their FA Cup.
We'll have it here. I'll have it up on not on the screen. But
Yeah.
I'll have it up in the
We don't want to be
studio.
DMCA'd. And
Yeah.
I'll be watching Footy Fridays from wherever I am. Well, I know I'll be at work. Let's be real. I know where I'll be. But, yeah, once again, thank you for tuning in to Footy Fridays for episode 12. Next up on the sports block for 22 West Radio, we have Elmira and Dan. Well, actually, Dan's not going to be here today.
Yeah.
Elmira's
We'll
running the
see.
show.
Yep.
For a dunk discussion. So do not go anywhere, as that will be following us shortly. But thanks again for tuning in to Footy Fridays on 22 West Radio. We'll see you next week, guys.
Go Pack, go.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payments. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions.
What? Hi, welcome back, guys. This is Dunk Discussions at 2 p.m. You see we're a little bit like rotated here because Daniel is not here. We have a special guest, Garrett. Kaylee is the producer, and finally our producer Matthew on the camera.
Talk to me.
Finally, I'm so excited, honestly. I'm so excited, honestly, because this is the first episode where we're like not with the usual people that we have, and then we have so much stuff to discuss. A lot of bad energy coming from this, like the rumors and stuff that we found out. And honestly, give credit to Daniel for all the topics, and I have a crazy take. And the reason why I have a crazy take is because we want Garrett's reaction to it. So
This is gonna be a horrible take. I don't know what it is, but I know it's gonna be horrible.
Well, moving on. You were talking about the transfer that, like, before we walked in, you both, that I'm not aware of. What kind of transfer was that?
Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
You want to talk a little bit about
The
that?
Raptors
Because
and
before
the Indiana Pacers had a trade a couple days ago. The Pacers acquired Pascal Siakam from the Raptors, and the trade details are. Let me see. The Raptors received Bruce Brown, Kyra Lewis, Jordan Nwora, a 2024. Oh my gosh, the ads.
It's okay.
2024 first-round picks, conditional 2026 first-round picks. Pacers received Pascal Siakam, future second-round pick from the Pelicans. And then the Raptors additionally waived Christian Cole Oka. And yeah.
So would you be able to explain to the audience why this transfer is so controversial? Why?
I wouldn't say it's controversial. It's a big trade because the Indiana Pacers are on the come up, I guess. They're in the thick of the East playoff race. And this trade, if it goes well, I guess could help them. I wouldn't say it puts them in a position where they're championship contenders, because I think they're still young. But I think they are competing, and if it works out, you could have a 1-2 punch with Pascal Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton when he comes back from injury.
I love this deal for both sides. You look at Toronto, they get 3 first-round picks, not of super great value overall. I'll look at those in a second. But for a guy who's on an expiring deal, I mean, his contract's done after this. The Pacers are really going to have to look to re-sign him. And they just gave a bag to Bruce Brown in the offseason. So giving up that guy who's been a pretty solid role player in your rotation, raises a couple of question marks for the Pacers. But overall, great haul. You've got the picks. It's going to be this year's 2024 for the Pacers. That's probably going to be like 13th, 14th, because it looks like they're going to make the playoffs. Currently at the 7 seed right now. Their 2026 pick as well remains to be seen. I assume the Pacers are probably still going to be good. Hopefully have their miniature little big 3 of Miles Turner, Hallie, and now Pascal. And then they also had another pick, which conveys, I believe it's like a 4-team pick. It conveys the worst slot between Houston, OKC, and I believe I had it right here, the Clippers and Utah. So out of all 4 of those teams, probably at the top is probably going to be OKC or the Clippers. It's going to convey to one of those two. So it's going to be like 28th, 29th overall pick. So not that much value, but still pretty solid overall. Looking at the side of the Pacers, I love this deal. Really love this deal. Gets them just a guy that fits their offense so well. Pascal's like one of the highest guys in pace of play so far this season, and the Pacers are the number 1 pace team. They're the fastest team, most efficient offense. It's exactly what they need, fits their team perfectly, and with them right in the thick there, 3 games back of the 3 seed, which is the 76ers, they could get a pretty top seed going into this playoffs. They've been awesome ever since they lost the Lakers on that in-season tournament run. So I'm really excited to see what they can do. And they need to make a move fast because Hallie with the hamstring issue could be another couple of weeks. You'd need someone to come in and help out, keep them at least at 500 so they remain in that mix and can really strike as we're already halfway through this season.
Right.
He has a whole speech. Like, he wrote it out, too. Do you guys want to move?
Hey, I didn't even talk about the Raptors yet.
Okay. So, do you guys want to move to a different topic? Because we have so many questionable stuff like Udoka, and then we have
Where you want to head out to?
Okay, I want to head towards Udoka because he's already a questionable character. But NBA rumors, Ime Udoka call out Celtics' lack of mental toughness. Mental toughness. What is specifically he was talking about after the Boston Celtics blew their latest lead of the season in a heartbreaking 108-105 defeat at the hands of the New York Knicks. So basically, I'm going to quote what he said. I think it's a lack of mental toughness to fight through those adverse times. That's what he said. It's guys getting rattled when it's not the end of the world. You still have a 12-point comfortable lead and you got to end that run. Well, what do you think? Mental toughness. We've talked about that before because I've said that multiple times that NBA has gotten softer over like comparing the 80s and then what we have now. It's 100% softer. And what Daniel mentioned was the way coaches train sometimes. We've never been to practices before, but what I can say is the fact that I think, maybe coaches are not as hard on their players as they're supposed to be. I'm all for bullying, like low-key, during the practices because
Put
this
that
is no.
hashtag that.
Let me elaborate on what I said. Where I was raised in the athletic stuff and coaching stuff and all that.
Gets canceled, guys.
Oh my god! See, it's not even Garrett talking. It's you.
My bad.
I didn't even have to say nothing.
Yeah. So what I'm explaining, people have, for example, when I was the first time I've started ever doing anything connected to sports, my coaching staff was more into, we're going to tell you that you're bad no matter what you do. So you have to put the negative into a positive and make it work as a motivation. And I was like a 4-year-old girl when I figured how to work in that system. And we're talking about 30-year-old men. If you're going to sugarcoat everything with them, I don't think that there's going to be much result. Maybe sometimes you have to be a little bit hard on your players. Maybe that's what Udoka was trying to say. I don't know though.
I would agree. I mean, you look at that Houston roster he's working with right now. No, it's true because you look at his this Rockets roster. They got Fred VanVleet out there. That guy is just the definition of chip on his shoulder, undrafted, getting that big bag in free agency. Already got a championship on his resume. This guy's a bit of a dog. And then you got a little mini Draymond Green over there and Dylan Brooks. I mean, that guy's trying to get in fights without getting suspended all the time, making crazy comments. They've got a really tough team.
Yep.
Udoka obviously loves his squad. I feel like that his comments just reinforce what his squad's been doing, the type of team Houston wants to build over there. It makes a lot of sense to me he'd say something like that. You look at this whole Jason Tatum era since 2017 for the Celtics. They never got it done. They've never closed it out.
See,
that's true.
Personally, I think it sounds bitter.
You think it sounds bitter?
I think
like
it sounds bitter. You're commenting on a team that you used to coach.
Okay.
They didn't fire you because what you did on the court.
That's low-key facts.
They fired you because what you did off the court.
Okay, pick a
and
side
what you did,
because we have completely two different opinions.
What you mean?
I got to be with Matty Ice on this one. You're completely right about that. You said that and I was like, damn, you're right. Because it's completely off the court, all that stuff.
And it's like, all right, like you could have your opinion and you might have some truth to what you're saying about another team, but they wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for you. So if you're commenting on a team and you're trying to downplay what they're doing or you're not thinking the Celtics are playing at their best, it's because it started with you. You left the team. You made decisions.
Like you are the problem.
Behind the scenes, in that locker room, in that building,
But if
that
he's
costed the team
if
to be in
he's
this
if
position
he's
right
talking about the toughness of the players and mental toughness or whatever, he's probably using the tough method of training on his players, that the team that he's coaching right now. What would make you assume that he did not use the same style of coaching
I'm not saying
on
he
the
didn't
previous
use
team?
the same style of coaching.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's pointing out that they're lacking now that he's gone.
See, but the reason why he's gone is because of his own fault.
Well, I mean,
look, I'm not denying he's not a good
Okay.
coach, and I'm not
we've
denying
never
that
questioned that.
the things that he's saying aren't true.
Mhm.
But the reason why they're in the position that they are is because you're not there. It's because the decisions that you made outside of the locker room, outside
To
of the
build
trying to
off
building.
connect
what
the
Matty
dots
Ice
here.
is saying is like it'd be different if the Celtics were like 17-17 or something, but they're 32-9. They're
They're
number
still a
one in the
great team.
league. They've been dominating everybody.
They're,
It's a weird
they're
thing to say
20-0
to the
at
best
home,
team in the league.
You know? So, like Ime Udoka, like you have points, but, like, the reason why they're there is because you made poor decisions, and you put your team in that deficit, quote-unquote,
Quick thing.
to,
He made those poor decisions never knowing that they will come out in public.
but you still made the decision.
gotta stay
and
vigilant.
they did come out. You know what I'm saying?
But they never had to do anything with what he was doing on court, right?
No, he didn't get fired because he was a poor coach.
I don't remember who wait. I don't remember who was the person who like spoke about his whatever he did.
I don't know. I
public.
think it was a unnamed
Who
source.
rattled
I'm
him
not
out?
100% sure.
Mm.
It was like leaks, I guess. I don't know, but it was just somebody he was messing with, and
Yeah,
like
we know.
wanted to cut. I don't know.
Okay,
Keeping
so
it a
this
buck,
is-
trash take by Ime.
well,
I agree.
I agree on the mental. Okay, if that was a separate statement from another coach, I would agree.
Yeah,
But knowing his background history,
with the Celtics,
yeah,
it
no,
doesn't seem right.
I'm okay, thank you. Okay, then do you want to move on to the Bulls fans booing Jerry Krause, right?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk
That's
about it.
horrible. I'm a hater. I am a certified hater. And honestly, whatever they did, let me explain the situation to you real quick. So, Stacey King.
Talk to
Hold on, let me explain it. I'm trying to find it. Bulls fans boo late general manager Jerry Krause during Ring of Honor ceremony, which brought his widow to tears. You're crazy. Y'all are not real. Bringing a woman to tears is not okay. Okay? I hope we, figured that out. Do y'all both want to say something?
I do. I wanna
Okay,
say
go
something.
ahead.
It starts with Michael Jordan. It starts with the Last Dance.
Yeah, I've heard people
documentary.
blaming that on him.
Like you, in layman's terms, you put most of the blame on Krause, on him breaking up the dynasty.
Dynasty, yeah.
You made him the bad guy. You made him the scapegoat. And the fans watch that series and they're like, oh, he's the bad guy and he's the one that we should be booing. Not Michael Jordan, not this guy, not that guy. So when the fans go to the stadium and they're supposed to be celebrating this guy and they're supposed to be celebrating all that they built in that city, they boo him because they dislike or they have
Because
that
of the way
interpretation.
because of the way he was portrayed.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, and obviously the wife being there, you don't that's supposed to be a moment of celebration. It's a Ring of Honor ceremony. It's supposed to be like, okay, like you guys won 6 championships.
There is a
in
place
about,
and time
what,
for
8 years?
everything, yeah. There's a place and time for everything, and that specifically was not it. Because I showed you guys the clip of her crying. I did not like that.
Yeah,
Here's what they
it's a
should look
bad
at.
look for sure.
How many people in that arena that night were born before the year 1990?
If
Like,
I'm
be
not
real.
lying.
How many of those people were actually truly alive for that
I'm not.
dynasty? Jerry helped put that thing together. It's just unfortunate to see something like that go down.
Yeah, it's
really
it's a shame
sad.
for sure.
Okay, if that's it, do you guys want to jump to a different topic? Because we
Let's
have
talk
so
about
much to talk about
Let's
today.
talk about it. Let's talk
From
about it.
one bad thing, we're jumping to another.
Leave it
I don't
alone.
see anything positive about Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey being cleared
Got cleared.
by Newport PD. What? I don't understand. Like, oh my God, I see the pictures.
Hey, dog, that's crazy.
Oh my God, what is that? I want that
Nah.
T-shirt. Can someone get me that?
Nah.
Too late. Christmas already passed.
No. Damn.
Oh,
My birthday is next
true.
Tuesday, guys. Get me the
True.
T-shirt.
Okay.
Whatever. The fact that he was released, and there, once again, no comments, nothing. Why are you?
Nah, Josh played this the right way. He came out. He told his team a year ago something went down. They probably figured it out behind the scenes. All got leaked. PD came out to investigate. The girl's family didn't want to talk. That's it. Then he dropped 20 and 10 last night
For his fantasy team.
for my 6 assists
Hey,
too,
Garrett-
with a steal.
Garrett was hyped about that last night.
Yeah,
Can
he was
confirm.
like,
I got to beat my roommate. I had a bad start to the year.
Listen,
Okay.
when it comes to Josh Giddey, the only issue I have with it is the way that the league handled it.
yep.
The way you handle John Morant and his situation,
Yep.
Dude,
you immediately suspend him and you immediately reprimand him, right? And then with this situation, which you can consider is way worse,
Horrible.
even allegations, this might not be true, but the allegations of it is even worse of what John Morant did.
Yeah.
And you allow this guy to play basketball. You allow this guy to go out there and act like nothing happened. And you act like nothing happened, and that's the issue. And I feel like when it comes to the league's perspective, the way they handled it was very bad and very poor.
And the room and the confidence that he had when someone was interviewing him courtside, or like,
Yeah. Practice when it
I
first
know what
came
you
out.
want to ask me about. Yes.
I understand that's
And
a
I
question.
will,
I get why.
Yeah,
you-
dodged it.
Yeah, what? That was very weird. I don't like the way situation was handled publicly. I don't like the way he was still playing after all the allegations and stuff went down. No.
Yeah.
I see what y'all are saying. I got a slight disagreement.
Yeah, he's just like,
The
but-
league definitely could have done something, or maybe came out with a little bit better of a statement. My only thing is, I feel like a lot of this peripheral stuff was handled maybe a year ago, or even longer before that, whenever this actually came down. Because it seems like Josh, like he kind of tackled the situation when it started, and it just ended up leaking this year. So I feel like there might have been a whole investigation that already happened, and things already gotten figured out. We don't know for sure, but that's what I'm feeling like actually happened already.
Right.
So you think all the action and the hot takes were like a year ago, and then now it got out all in public? It doesn't matter for them anymore?
Because, like, I don't know. You just look at the situation, man. This guy would have been suspended or out indefinitely immediately. But it seems like that. But then we've come to find out, like, this thing happened over a year ago. I don't know. Just looking at the dots, they don't quite connect. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But,
It's a lot of question marks.
Still, we do not support dating minors over here, just in case, because Garrett is like sugarcoating it once again.
I'm not
So-
sugarcoating it.
Yes, you
Don't
are.
put that on my guy,
Yes, you
man.
are, because you're like trying to justify. Actually, it was a year ago, guys. Like,
The
No,
real
no,
question
I'm not
the real
justifying.
question is, if it did happen a year ago, they still didn't suspend him a year ago.
But it could have been, like,
Yeah.
off season. We don't know.
I mean, yeah, summer Newport clubs. Let's go.
Yeah, L's about to be there next week after 2021.
Hey!
Guys, you'll never
Let
catch
me know if
me.
you see Josh out there.
What if? Okay, chill out.
He won't go for L though. She's not a minor.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they got to hang out. I'm just saying, like, if you see Josh Giddey,
say hi.
like, tell him
Like,
he
hey,
helped
I
out my
talk-
fantasy team last night.
This is going
Okay.
off. This is going
My
off
boy
the
Garrett
rails.
Novak wants to say a huge shout out to you, Mr. Giddy, saving his
He
fantasy
didn't
team
do so
last
hot
night.
Monday, Tuesday, but last night he bounced back.
That's
Good
He
good.
made
job.
up.
He just needs more minutes. Honestly, I feel like that opens a discussion. He needs to get traded.
Okay,
Free my man. He's only getting 22 minutes a night
22
free
minutes.
my man is crazy.
from the team, not like from the allegations. I'm just
I
saying.
mean, they already like
They
how
already
much
freed him from
free-
allegations.
no,
Yeah.
he's
You're
just
good.
he needs 30 minutes a night. This guy's like an actual good NBA player.
He
About to
is,
turn into a villain.
but the things he does off court, honestly, I think that there's supposed to be a line in between, like
Separate
the same
the
thing
art
with
from the
Udoka,
artist.
the same thing with Udoka, the same thing with John Morant, the same thing with Josh Giddey, all of that. I think. Okay, question: do you think we should connect things, or change the lens that we look at the players through, like basing off what they do off court?
It
or no?
changes.
Like,
depending on who
imagine-
Like
you are,
depending on
though.
how good they are.
Like, okay,
Separate
one
the
thing,
art
yeah,
from
yeah.
the artist.
Are we separating what they do on court and off court, or no?
See, in the code of ethics,
See-
I'd say yes, but I don't think that ever really happens.
See, I think people already changed their mindset depending on like who you are. I feel like, I think like, yeah, if you're a superstar, like your world crashes quickly. Like if Shea is in controversy, if Shea Alexander is in controversy, like he's one of the bright spots of the NBA, and things start to go downhill for him quickly. Josh Giddey is like what?
He's
a good
upcoming.
player. And
I think he's upcoming.
I got a take on this. Let me know how you feel. There's 3 tiers. All right, you got your tier 2. We're like Giddey. He's like good player, pretty good player, but he's not tier 1 like John Morant. And then I'd say Miles Bridges. I'll throw him tier 2 as well. And I'd say tier 3 if they got an allegation like KPJ low key. If they got an allegation, or was the guy Primo on the Spurs?
Okay.
Like whipped it out like in the locker room.
Yes.
That guy's just out the league. If you're in that tier 3, like it's worse for you because you're gone, you're done. The difference between tier 1, tier 2. If you're tier 2, you're a little more under the radar.
Yeah.
I feel like you come back a lot better. Tier 1, it's a lot worse because everybody sees.
Everyone's
Tier 2,
looking
not
at you.
everybody's gonna check it out. Not everyone's gonna care as much.
That's
You have
a
a
pretty
point.
good
That's true.
take.
No,
That's a
yeah.
good take.
W take.
I guess.
Tier 2 is the spot to be, I
Oh,
guess.
She's
what are your
holding her
thoughts
tongue
on
over
that?
there, bro.
No, I agree 100%. It's obviously easier to be sleek
got
when
something
you
to
are
say.
like, no, I'm agreeing.
It's like they can't cut you, but not everyone's gonna know what happened.
Right.
True.
Absolutely.
Okay, next thing. Another sad thing, unfortunately. But then we're going to move on the good part after our commercial break. Okay. Warriors have 2 games canceled. We all know why postponed. Do you guys have anything to say about that? Honestly, I feel
First and
very...
foremost, rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace.
absolutely.
This is a
Condolences.
horrible loss. I have no words to say except for like...
What's his name?
Dejan Milijevic
yeah,
passed at
this is
48.
very
46, pardon me.
unfortunate.
Yeah. It just shows how impactful he was in the locker room for them to postpone this game. It's
Yeah.
just, all respects to his family and the people around him. Hopefully they can heal and move forward. For
It's really sad, honestly. He was pretty young. Like,
Yeah.
I'm saying,
46, yeah.
Relatively
that's young.
for
yeah,
how he passed, yeah.
this is really sad. 2 games have been postponed, and then they're scheduled. The next game is scheduled. The Warriors are scheduled to play next on Wednesday against the Atlanta Hawks.
It's
really
just,
sad.
It's a tough thing, obviously Warriors kind of on their little bereavement period now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to link it to NBA stuff, but it's a tough time for it to happen, especially during the type of season they're having too, where it kind of just at this point, it's like probably just feeling like it's just piling on and on.
100%. And this is another like mental battle for people, because I think that the teams that have, like, take one team, it's like one union. People are all very connected. I'm sure that they are all aware of the family situations and maybe some personal stuff about each other. It's not like work that they go to. I think there's not only supposed to be physical connection and chemistry, but it's also mental stuff. So for them to lose probably a key person out of this chain that they had, it's so heartbreaking and just tough and wrong, but it's life. So I hope that the postponed games and the time that they have now will help them kind of recover. And yeah, but he will never be forgotten by the players and stuff, I hope. So that's kind of
Absolutely.
the words that I have to say. Kaylee, do you have anything to say about that? You're so
Nah,
quiet.
Dude, this is sad.
It is.
It's like you can't really say much. I'm not a big Golden State fan myself, so honestly, for me, I don't know what the impact he had on that clubhouse or how he really ran his game, but it's just sad hearing that. And then the fact that they canceled 2 games just shows like they were tight.
Yeah.
He was tight with that entire clubhouse and whatever else was going on, and so.
I'm sure he dedicated a lot of stuff to that club too.
Oh, definitely, probably. So the fact that they're actually showing respect by canceling games, because I know some teams would probably just be like,
Yeah, moving
all right,
on.
well, we're going to play.
Yeah.
So the fact, I feel like that should be mad respect to Golden State that they were willing to postpone some games, and respect to the opponents who were like, you know what, we understand, we'll let you postpone and come back. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all you could
100%.
really say, and just rest in peace and praying for his family.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I 100% agree.
Trying to break.
Okay, guys, we're going to go on a commercial break, and then we're going to be back with some crazy takes. Why are you laughing? All
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advance.
everyone. Back from the commercial break that we had. Now that we ended on a little bit of a sad topic, I feel like the air is a little... I don't like the air in the room, so we're going to change that. Okay, whatever. You guys keep laughing at me. I'm going to keep talking. Okay, the question that Daniel proposed to us is, who is the most swag in the NBA? And for example, he said Jordan Clarkson, Kelly Oubre Jr., Devin Booker, or Jay Morant. Do you guys have
Well, it's not Ja. He doesn't have a shoulder to be swag anymore.
Shoulder to be swag.
That's messed
Hopefully he
up.
comes
Leave
back.
my
He was
boy
on my
Ja.
fantasy
What do you
team. He was
mean?
my
Leave
guy.
my boy Ja alone.
He's out for the season.
Yeah, I know, but...
He hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, I know. You guys make me look like I'm stupid or something.
No, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
Listen.
So
I
who...
think-
Okay,
my
go
bad,
ahead.
my bad. When it
Rock,
comes
paper,
to-
scissors.
When it comes to
Okay.
shoes,
Yeah.
I think Devin Booker has the best shoe out.
Yeah. Booker's
True.
shoe game's crazy.
Cars and shoes. One thing that he
Yeah,
has.
his cars and shoes. His signature shoe with Nike, I think, look very nice. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think he has the best signature shoe.
So
out.
by swag, what do we all mean? Like, how do we identify
I
I
guess-
feel like
swag?
with a Lope, I
They're
feel like there's
drip.
not that much swag.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like,
Nah,
what do you think? I feel like there's not that much swag in the NBA.
nah. I feel like they just put stuff on just to put stuff on. Like I think like I look at Kyle Kuzma and he gets a lot of
Oh, like the pregame fits?
Yeah,
Like
he
that's swag. Like I know
Right.
my boy Russ has always got a fit going.
I mean
Right.
he creates
Yeah.
his own stuff too. So
Mhm.
that's always good to see.
Before we could determine, I think the real thing is what does each of us define swag as?
Yeah, that's what I said. No one heard me. Per usual. But okay.
You
gotta
know,
speak up,
clothes
El.
really just like
Clothes.
you got that on.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
But we
Like,
determining
Clothes and
swag
shoes?
on court or off court
I
because that's
honestly see it
different.
as on-court swag.
I thought off.
encore. Encore.
Because
That's
then we
what I'm
can make
thinking.
this
That's
a
what
two
PJ
parter.
Tucker-
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Who's got the
Run that
on-court
cardio.
swag versus who's got the off-court swag?
It's like low-key. I think De'Aaron Fox has got some on-court swag.
De'Aaron Fox.
Shoo. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see.
I think LaMelo has that thing on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mark.
I was
Mark
about to
Mark
say
with
that's
with the
true.
sleeves.
That's true.
LaMelo's
He's
crazy.
Oh.
Crazy.
He been hooping on my fantasy
I love
team
that
too.
guy, honestly. Don't know why.
Hoping those
So I
ankles
think
stay healthy.
we all came to a collect agreement. On court was Melo.
Mhm.
See, I want to bring up the two names that Daniel texted you of Jordan Clarkson and Kelly Oubre. Now, I mean, they're swaggy, but like I
Yeah.
think they're more sexy than swaggy. Those
Yeah,
type of
Kelly
guys.
Oubre is
You
a
heard it here
nice sight for
first.
the eyes.
You guys need to like screenshot that, record, screen record, whatever.
You
'cause
gotta
that's-
keep it real. Those
That's
guys are
gonna
some
be a
baby-faced
clip.
assassins.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
Jordan Clarkson's glow up was crazy because he was on the
That
Lakers.
was
He had
crazy.
zero
See,
tattoos.
I
He
under-
went straight to Cleveland. He got tatted up from the nine.
I
so
understand if I said that,
Braided up.
but that was a man
that
saying
guy looked like he was walking out of his Harvard lecture after he got drafted.
Who is that? Hold on.
That's-
What is that?
There's Jordan
That's
Clarkson.
Jordan Clarkson. I can't turn it. The last time I turned this computer, it shut down.
That is true.
The 22 West studio guys, our
Yeah.
computer's a little brokey.
I disagree. Where did you see? Okay.
I'm just saying, like that's
All
a
right,
general
hold up.
consensus.
Let me-
You know,
let me
throw
Yeah,
pull
like
up-
that's a general
a
Who's-
non-NBA type guy, but a hooper.
They did him really
nonetheless.
dirty.
LiAngelo Ball.
LiAngelo
guy.
Ball.
That guy.
Let me
I
pull
think we
him
have a
up.
different definition
We
of
know.
sexy for sure.
We know who Pretty Boy is
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
NBA.
that's the number one pretty boy in the.
Yep. Here we
Kelly
go.
Oubre.
Sounds better. This.
And that guy's hooping this year too.
He's so
He's
Yeah.
doing his thing
There we
over
go.
there in
Pretty Boy
Philadelphia.
Oubre.
Nah, he's definitely in his bag for sure. I heard you
No,
had a
that picture is my
controversial take,
favorite.
though.
That picture is my favorite, Kaylee. If
Which
you
one?
second row, second on the left. Yep,
Oh, I
put
see.
that
Okay,
on.
hold on.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Enjoy.
Yep, that's the
Uh-oh.
I
iconic.
hope the viewers are gonna.
That's the
say thank you.
iconic.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
when someone says Kelly Oubre, that's the photo that comes to my mind. I ain't
It's
even gonna
like-
lie.
Someone
That
else
was on
people
girls'
always
Pinterest
throw
boards
in is,
when that photo dropped. I knew like 5 people whose Pinterest boards were like Kelly Oubre. I was like, why do you have a Pinterest board, you
You know, the
weirdo?
thing is,
you sicko.
My TikTok is literally half people who like. I don't want to make any assumptions, but there are some girls who appreciate the sport for a different kind of beauty of the sport. Let's say that.
No hate,
And my
man.
For You
No
page
hate.
low key is,
That's crazy.
you know,
I get a mix of both.
That-
I ain't
And I'm
even gonna
like-
lie.
Tell me about
So
your
y'all be
For
having
You.
those dunk discussions at home?
Absolutely.
Matty Eyes got me over there.
What?
Yeah.
No. I whenever I see a video like that, I press not interested because it's a different kind of appreciation of the beauty of the sport. I'm here for the skills and etc., not the faces.
I'm here for both,
I'll
dog.
throw one last
Okay,
on-court name.
respectfully.
I think Jimmy Butler got some. I mean, not
Jimmy
really
Butler?
swag. He got aura.
Nah,
He
nah.
got
some
he
aura.
Definitely got some aura.
Hey, no, he got
especially last year.
personality. That boy
Personality.
funny.
Yeah.
Nah, he's definitely funny.
That's true.
Let me find my favorite.
He got
photo.
it all.
I think he's one of the players that I love him.
My favorite
Cause
NBA quote
tonight
ever
will
is
be
when he
the
told
night.
Tyler Harrow he's got hood tendencies.
Yeah, he got some. So
Yeah.
Tyler Hero was like, I don't swim either. He's like, oh, he got some hood tendencies. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I heard you had a
There it is.
controversial take though.
I want to hear this controversial
We're
take.
gonna leave.
You've been dangling it like all week.
We're
through all
gonna
these
leave
work
Jimmy
meetings.
Butler up during this controversial take. Just an FYI.
It's
Huh?
a good pick.
We're leaving Jimmy Butler up for your controversial take.
I'm trying
Let
to
me
hear your
just take a
controversial
breather
take.
before I say it out
This
loud.
is about to be crazy.
It's been
Okay.
Drum
hyped up
roll,
for about a
please.
week.
Everybody
Everyone's
here
sitting
in
down. I
If
studio.
I
hope
agree with you, I'm
everyone-
so disappointed.
No, you're not. I'm telling you right now, you're not gonna agree. Whoever is standing up, sit down.
Oh God.
Okay.
Because you're gonna fall over.
The only person that knows about that take was Carlos.
Oh yeah,
And
Carlos.
I'm gonna talk about Wemby a little
What's the take though?
Come on,
because
spit it
I
out.
Drop
think
it on us.
I believe. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I think that. I'm so scared. You guys are so silent. It's insane.
Because we're trying to listen. You want me
Okay,
to do a
I
little
think that
drum
there
roll?
is supposed to be a height limit in the NBA.
What? What? A height limit?
What did she just say?
I don't
What?
want. Let me
All
elaborate.
right, L, no more
Let me-
talking.
Now that's
Let me
that's
elaborate.
ableist right there.
Let me elaborate. Let me
I had to fall out,
elaborate.
bro. I had to pick him out.
You guys are
got me
annoying.
looking like Jimmy Butler here in studio,
Let
bro.
me elaborate.
Bro, I
Let me
just
elaborate.
flopped.
Let
I
me
might get a
elaborate.
fine.
Let me.
Oh, shoot.
Let me elaborate.
I thought you were gonna say he was trash.
Yellow intentional grounding.
Okay, see, hear me out.
Flopping. Fine.
Hear me out.
Hey, Maddie, you
The
getting a
thing
fine, dude.
is-
They're gonna NBA's gonna find this and go find him.
Go
I don't got
ahead.
25K.
Go ahead.
I don't got
Who-
25K.
Talk.
Someone's in the
talk
comment
what you
section.
got.
Carlos, what is he doing?
Height limit.
Carlos, you heard it yesterday.
Hey,
Okay,
put
shut
the
up.
mic-
Anyways, everyone
drop
shut
your,
up.
Drop your true take.
What I'm
do you
trying
got?
to elaborate from here is, okay, look at his height. 7'4", right? I've talked about it last time. The physicality that tall people, like, I'm not talking 6'8", 6'7", I'm talking 7'4". I don't see the basketball that I personally want to see. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong, it's okay, but also, like, argue with the wall. 7'4" is not the basketball that I want to see. I think tall people like that, like I'm talking 7'4" and above, take away a lot of things from the sport. They take away the speed,
there's only-
low-key take away the skills. I'm not trying to say that all the physicality that he does, like, okay, let's compare LeBron and 7'4" Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, but like
Tell
Wemby's
me
a
which-
toothpick though. It's
tell
not
me which
physicality.
bet-
He's just got the height.
I'm telling the height, and it's a little bit too much. It's a little extra.
That fool got guard skills. He
You-
can shoot.
Listen,
Okay, he can,
listen,
but
there's
also
dribble.
I'm talking about what I want to see. It's my theory, literally just theory. I want to see players who are the same height on the court for one game.
for all
Legit,
the ladies out there,
everyone's 6'8". What do you mean, ladies?
because a man cannot control his height.
Okay,
That's facts.
We know
That's
that.
facts. That
A man
preach.
cannot control his height.
God bless
Listen.
y'all. I don't. What is that about? I don't understand.
Listen.
My thing is, because I've seen him play and I don't really like. It seems like he really does take away. And also, me and Carlos noticed yesterday how long he's gonna be in the NBA for. Because look at the guy like LeBron. How tall is he? What did you? I'm gonna walk out of here. I'm gonna walk out of here.
No, keep going. Keep going.
No.
The thing is,
I just have to warn the viewers. There got to be a trigger warning on this section.
Oh, digging her hole.
That face of regret.
Go ahead, El. Go ahead.
Keep going. Keep going.
I'm never gonna speak again.
Yeah, go ahead, El. My bad.
This is your podcast.
I'm joking.
You have
I
to.
am.
You're the boss.
Y'all will never break me for real. I don't care. Anyways,
As we broke her like 3 times.
he fell off the chair. Did he break me or did I break him?
You broke all of us for a minute.
Okay,
My
good.
brain
Nah, I had to
exploded.
recount.
One sentence, y'all are broken.
You had a
Anyways, what I'm
reboot.
saying, I don't really like the basketball that Victor Wembanyama shows on the court. That's it. That's my take, though. People can disagree with me. It's okay. I just think that the height takes away from the speed. Like, I would rather watch Jay Morant play.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Last
he-
time I'm
respect
saying-
that. I
I respect
respect
that.
that.
Yeah.
See, that's
respect
what
that.
I'm saying.
But he a point
can't-
guard and the other
you
one's a center.
cannot- You cannot.
That was a very loud, and I need to rephrase the kind of, how do you say it?
She took positionless basketball to a whole new level.
Oh,
what I'm
God.
saying is,
She only likes small forwards.
guys,
She just wants 6'8" small forwards across the league at every position.
I'm not saying that
the
6'8" is the
switchability,
limit.
man.
It was a very loud title for my take. But the second I elaborate it, you know what I mean? It's just different kinds of basketball that people can play. I would rather watch a skill, a speed, tactics, dunks, something good. Who's blowing up?
Bro, yeah, this was, someone's blowing
The
up my
Discord.
That's
is
because
blowing
the
up, 'cause
Discord, I
Katie's
just-
telling the
from what I
coworkers that this
said.
is some crazy. This is
Oh,
some
I'm
crazy
Y'all gotta
listening.
hop
Yeah,
in
y'all
here.
better be
Bruh,
listening, you know?
This,
Bruce-
this is what, listen, this
Bruce
is what I
is
said.
listening and Carlos is listening.
Listen,
Okay,
listen.
good. That's
This is
great.
what I
Carlos
said.
said
If you would've-
blasphemous.
If we would have been sitting down and you would have said that 10 years ago, it would have been like,
Yo,
that's
head
not
on a
crazy
platinum.
statement.
Okay.
But this time in 2024, basketball is a big man league. You could be 7 foot with point guard skills,
Mm-hmm.
and 7'4", again,
I just heard that.
you cannot control.
Mm-hmm.
That's
your height.
crazy. No, I'm not saying you're supposed to control it. That's stupid. That's not my solution for the problem. I'm just saying it's not really a problem. What is going
And
on? This is scaring me.
when-
Counterpoint. Everyone's got to go overseas. They got to get illegal surgeries on their legs.
Right.
Get
Everyone's gotta
knee
be
extensions.
7'4".
Come on. Bruce.
And
We're
when
here,
you
I'm here.
have
Okay.
the height of Wembanyama, and you have the skill that he has,
How long is that gonna last?
I don't know. We're gonna find out together.
Okay, see,
You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
remember that take? Okay, see,
You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
remember that take? Remember that take?
I think
because
I can't breathe. That was
my,
crazy.
it's hard
getting
for me
hot
to
in
breathe.
here.
Y'all are like stressing me out.
Well, you're ripping out the heart of what the NBA is. It's about getting vertical. It's
Bro,
about getting up there
I
and
watched the
yamming on that
NBA
hoop.
to see dudes
I
towering
understand.
over me. All right, I want to
I'm-
know. I want to see some big dudes 6'8" dunk.
You know,
all right,
it's not
that's
like
what I'm
Victor-
saying.
not 7'4".
Elle told me Muggsy Bogues
Hey,
her favorite
I want to see a 7'4" dude
I never
dunk.
said that.
He may not be jumping to dunk. He may just be there going.
She want Isaiah
Smack
The
it
Thomas.
thing
but,
is,
like, I wanna
there's
see
a
it.
difference. What I'm trying to get through, there's a big difference between Jay Morant dunking and then Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama, for me, what I see, my vision may be completely different from yours.
You're not impressed by Victor?
A dunk
No.
is a dunk. I don't care what y'all say.
You,
A
like,
dunk
the
is a
skill-
dunk.
Like you watch.
Slow.
You don't think he has any skill?
He for sure does. That's what I said in the very beginning. You guys need to listen to me attentively, not just drop on the floor the second I say something. What I'm saying, I'm not underestimating his skill, his physicality, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a big difference between every single player. I would just prefer, because for me, it just low-key takes away it's so easy for him to do. There is no like competition. You know what I mean? It's very hard on him to dunk on him. It's very hard to like obviously
A couple people
avoid
have
like
though.
well, how many like you
I
know what I
mean-
mean?
But,
There's
like, that's
no more
part of the game.
On the flip side,
I
you know,
understand.
if he's gonna clog up that aspect of the game, then it's the onus is on you, on the other team. Your guard's got to be able to shoot and step out beyond the perimeter and start nailing those threes.
You got
And
to
if you-
take
if
him
Why are
out
the
you're forced-
comments
early.
If
going
you're forced
off?
to go inside on Wemby, and he's gonna rack up 6 blocks on you, I mean that's on you. You got to shoot.
Look, he's a player. He breaks the game, and like, yeah, it might not be fair right now that a 7'4" guy has the skills of a point guard and he's able to do everything on the court from an offense and defensive perspective. But every year that a player like this happens, the league adjusts. The
You
league
can't
is
stop
going to
progress.
adjust. Right.
Can't
like
stop progress.
You
c-
can't
like,
tell
he's not gonna
somebody.
he's not going to be the last guy that's going to be over 7
Yeah.
foot.
I
with
just
these
want to
skills.
see. I think he's the first, because the thing is, honestly, respectfully, in the most respectful way possible, I have not been an NBA fan. Did not know the teams, the players, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've been in this thing for like 2 years now, so my knowledge is not as like proficient as, because I was not raised here either. So I did not have, the only basketball I was watching was Russian basketball because my dad was bringing me to games. That's it. So he is the first person that I'm witnessing with that kind of skill, that kind of player. He's the first one, and I want to see how it goes. Depending on his career and etc., maybe my opinion will change. Maybe he will develop even more, because he's like he's what? It's
He's
just
19.
Yeah, he's pretty young. So
That's a
this is
big
my
dude.
take for now. But
He ain't even
things
done growing.
change. Things grow, things change, things etc.
If you were to put in a height limit and cap it somewhere, where would you cap it?
Where would you? Absolutely.
I don't know.
Don't make me fall out again.
Wemby 7'4", Chet's,
All right, go ahead and start standing up, Matthew.
Chet's
7'1".
Please,
7'1".
please, Matty Ice.
You cap it at 7 feet.
No, maybe like 6'11".
6'11"?
Yep.
How many people are 7 foot right now?
Give me one
You know
sec.
what?
that up
You know what's the
because-
worst part about this
Hang
take
on,
is you know
chat.
who'd be out of the league
Hang
if
on,
it was
chat.
6'11"? Boban Marjanovic.
Boban, though.
Boban.
The
Boban
best
is
basketball
7'4".
player ever, bro.
Boban is 7'4". He ain't got no skills, and he gets no PT because
Bro,
he got no
that
skills.
means the best player in the league right now is out of the
I'm
league.
getting yelled
Nikola,
at. I'm getting yelled at.
Nikola Jokic is out of the league
Hey, what's the
because
height
he
you
got
wanted me to look up?
anybody 7 foot or above.
How many people in the
Like,
NBA?
how many people are going to be out of the league because we
What
got
is
a
it?
height requirement?
Someone's-
Oh, where they gonna work? What they gonna do?
McDonald's?
McDonald's. I was about to say that.
How? They can't even
There are
above the menu.
currently 29 big men standing 7 feet in the league.
But how many people are in the league overall? Take those 29 away.
29
Why are
people
you
don't
going to
got jobs.
discriminate against those 29, though? What'd they do?
Oh, Demontis Sabonis is 6'10". He stays on my fantasy team.
You and this fantasy
Anthony
thing.
Davis is 6'10". LeBron
Garrett,
is 6'8". Thank
Garrett,
Thank
how many
you.
people get kicked
I
off
was
your
thinking
team?
about
How many
okay.
people get kicked off my
How
fantasy
many
team?
people get kicked off of Garrett's
don't-
fantasy team because L says
Rudy Gobert probably does.
you. Rudy Gobert's done?
He's 7'1".
Oh, my God.
Let's see.
I'm
Jalen.
sorry.
How about
I'm
Cat?
sorry.
Where's Cat?
I don't
6'10"?
got Cat. Jalen Duren 6'10". He's cool. I ain't really got big men like that.
29 big men
Just-
are going to
just
be
Rudy.
working at McDonald's or stocking shelves in a
And you know what?
Costco.
You know what?
Chet
L-
Holmgren.
Yeah.
He
go
may
ahead.
be the tallest player in the league, but you know who leads in rebounds? A 6'10" guy, DeMontis Sabonis.
Oh, this guy.
He got 6 inches on him, and he leads in rebounds.
Come on.
I'm saying.
Sabonis.
I'm saying. Do we really need those tall people?
Yes.
Yeah, if they're performing at a
You
high
you
level.
almost yell. You're like, yeah.
See,
Are
bro,
any of those
my
12
voice
players
is
not,
shot
like,
right
not
now? guys. I ain't gonna lie. to
80
you.
overall players or higher.
But when they have a skill level, like usually when a tall player, like no disrespect to Boban, but him being so tall, he doesn't have a lot of like basketball
And these players trash, Kaylee.
skill
Let's see.
compared to Victor.
What did you
Here
say?
you go. Can you
He's
see the
so
list,
tall.
Matt?
He doesn't have.
Can you see the list?
Are any
Right
of these 7-footers? Are these any of these 7-footers like low-key trash? Say they're
Bobo ain't trash, according to Shaquille O'Neal.
Bobo.
Bobo, yeah.
Shaq. Shaq.
Yeah,
and
How many-
Bobo's, Shaq said Bobo could do exactly
Oh,
what Victor
no.
could do.
Bruce
I say
said.
the same thing.
I
I've been
I
on
got.
that
I
the
think
whole
I
way.
should mention this. Bruce has mentioned the 7-footers were practically born specifically
Derek
for
Lively,
the
Chet
NBA.
Holmgren,
I'm not talking.
How many?
Brooke Lopez.
Brooke Lopez is quality. That guy's a shooter. That guy literally spaces the entire floor for the Bucks. That's skills right there.
I love. You
Ivan
know one thing
Zubac?
I love about
Hey,
this. You know
you
one
dissing
thing.
my
He's
boy
been
Mo
crazy for
Bamba?
the Clippers this year.
One
Dissing my
thing.
boy Mo
Mo
Bamba.
Bamba
One
had a
thing-
quality year.
One thing that I love about
Carl
this.
Anthony Towns. How you gonna disrespect my boy like that?
One thing that I absolutely love about this, Kaylee, disregarding you, is how all men get pissed about that. And the thing is, Victor Wembanyama tomorrow still gonna be in the league.
You
I just
too.
said a potential thing.
I don't
Potential.
know if I should clip this no more.
You too.
Potential.
What?
What
All
is she
men-
saying?
All men.
So
Look
anyway,
at y'all.
we're
You're the
gonna.
ones
I'm gonna
getting-
be here
being
to.
yelled-
beep.
I'm
Just
getting-
gonna
Because you
censor
said
getting yelled at.
everything.
Someone call
I'm
Caitlin
not saying-
Clark.
'Cause you
I bet
don't
you
like
Caitlin
the
Clark
aesthetic of
would
the
want Wemby
NBA.
on the
I
block with
love
her.
Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark's a dog.
She is.
Caitlin
For
Clark
real.
would want Wemby on the block and pass
Okay,
down
but if
low
we're
to
gonna
him.
cap out the men, then we gotta make it fair. What are you capping out the women at?
Don't know.
What's the
Did
tallest
not look.
woman in the NBA?
In the WNBA?
The thing is, guys, honestly, I feel like my head hurts from all the yelling. And
You
stuff.
She got
'cause you
residual
the
migraines from the other
This
day.
is the craziest take on dunk discussions.
Y'all,
like-
y'all are welcome.
I wish Daniel was
height
here to see this
requirement?
because I just see Daniel being like,
Bro,
What?
the tallest WNBA player is 7'2", L.
she gone.
That a
How does that
woman.
make you feel? She
She's
gone.
done?
Okay.
And she's the
Because you don't like how tall she is?
she's the
I'm
only
not- the
7-footer
thing
to appear in a
is,
WNBA
guys,
game.
My title of my controversial take.
You broke my heart, El.
Oh God, I can't even speak. The
Sorry.
title of my controversial take is the most controversial thing about the take. All I said, mind you, the title was, I think there's supposed to be a height limit in the NBA. Don't take it out of context, okay? Whatever. That's controversial. But when I tried to elaborate it, the only thing I said, I just don't like the basketball that taller people like Victor Wembanyama show on the court in comparison to other players.
What? Okay, this is why I say Victor Wembanyama shows a different skill set compared to Boban.
Which I don't like.
Why
I
don't you
mean, that's
like
cool.
it? He has
Are you
skill,
gonna?
though.
How are you gonna fix my?
That's cool.
likes
I
and
mean, that's
not
cool.
likes?
If you
No,
like
I'm
if you
just-
like
I'm
small
just-
guards, that's fine.
I'm just standing
It's
on
not
my
about the
point
height.
of,
I just like the basketball that shorter people perform than taller.
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. I was playing against Daniel. He whooped my ass, my butt. He whooped my butt.
He
When
like
did you-
5'8",
He whooped my
5'9".
butt.
Who's 5'8", 5'9"?
Daniel.
Daniel, and I'm like 5'2", and he whooped my
You're
butt.
5'2".
Yes, this has been known, L.
I
No,
heard
I'm
L
just
also
so
said
surprised.
anyone 5'2" and shorter, they gotta go. Can't work
Oh,
at
what
Fancy
the
West
heck?
anymore.
I've never said that.
I swear
Bro, the
you said that
discrimination,
yesterday.
it continued,
L.
bro. Oh.
Okay, whatever. Blame it all on me. I don't care. I don't care.
L ain't
You
coming
guys-
back next week, y'all. Just want
I'm
to
never
probably
fuck-
make that clear.
Bro,
I'm
she
never
first said fix. She first
Hey,
said
I gotta.
she
Hey,
wants
hold
to
on.
fix
L's
game.
going
I
on
was
mute real
ready.
quick.
I
L's
was-
going on mute.
I can't speak. Like I'm. I keep,
Daniel said
that was
she's
not a
just
curse
mad
word, by
I
the way.
picked Chet to win Rookie of the Year.
No, honestly, go chat.
Go what?
She
Go
said
chat.
bro.
Like
If
the
L were to
player,
be the
yeah.
commissioner of the league, it'd be something out of Futurama.
Bro, man. You're breaking my heart, L.
Let
That's
Elle create
fine.
her own basketball league. Let's see what gets done. That should be a dunk discussions next week. Let Elle create her own league with her own rules.
My head hurt for real. I'm over this.
This conversation
Next.
took a while.
No,
what's
that's
next?
The thing is,
How do we move on from this?
That's what I'm saying.
don't take everything that close to
So how
your
about those
heart.
T-Wolves, man? They're playing really well.
Very well. With
Oh,
their
yeah.
7'1"
Oh, they got that
Rudy
set.
Gobert.
My ears are burning.
They got Cat, Rudy Gobert down low. Their defense is top in the league. You know that? Top in the
Yeah, I
league.
know that.
Do they got any 7-footers on the squad?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rudy,
Rudy Gobert.
is Cat
Oh,
7
yeah.
foot? He's close.
Close, very close.
He might be.
He might not make the cut.
Okay, all that arguing and yelling for what? For me to just change my opinion? No.
He's 7 foot. He
No one
gone.
said you gotta change your
gone.
opinion,
Yeah,
but that
I'm
was
just- I just feel
outrageous.
really- I honestly,
That was
can I be open?
blasphemy.
Can I be open for once? Can I be genuine and grown for once? The thing is,
Uh-oh.
No. It's not like y'all are not. I am not. I feel very bad for whatever I just said because of the reaction that I got low key. Like this is the most like.
Hey, her
better
phone was
stand on
blowing
business,
up.
Elle.
The
Stand
comment
on
section.
I am standing on business.
Stand on business.
I
Don't
just
let.
wish I could portray my opinions better, honestly.
I will say, I will agree that I like watching Ja more than Wemby.
See,
Record that too.
wasn't-
This
that
is a
wasn't the crazy
historical.
take.
See,
This is
that's-
how I was
that's-
supposed to say
so-
it. See,
That
This is why
would
I
have
have
been a
people like
better
you
way
guys.
But
of
you can't
phrasing
be
it.
dropping no height limits.
But you
I was
literally,
not even
You
putting
can't be
it-
straight
dropping
up,
on
you
height
said,
limit.
you know what?
that was just the
NBA,
title.
hear me out. Height, gotta discriminate, bro. If they 7 and over, they not allowed.
Like you're done.
If
I don't
your
care
take,
about your
if
skill.
your take is, it's more fun to watch like fast guards like Fox and Morant and
That's
LaMelo Ball
understandable.
rather than the big players. I'll be like,
it's a
I agree, 'cause
miscommunication.
you know what? When
My-
freaking Jokic
but
turns
to be
around and
honest,
hooks it,
though,
it pisses me off because he makes it for no reason.
My journalist skills are kicking in because I create a crazy title and the article is about nothing practicing. That's the thing.
but that's
'Cause
what
I speak
makes
like
it
that.
interesting, though,
Yeah.
because you drop that and you see the reaction that it got out of everybody. Everybody tuned in and said, "What'd she say?"
Yep.
And then it turns out you were just trying to say, "Well, I prefer to watch the little
Ja
Ja Morant
Morant.
compared to Wemby." Like,
Yeah.
and that was it.
J. Morant is not little.
I
How
don't know,
tall he is?
Shaggy.
How
Well,
tall is he?
compared to
Probably
Wemby,
like 6'2".
Oh, that's not.
compared to Wemby, dog. He's
Oh, he's 6'2". That's not tall enough for you.
soy pequeño.
No,
soy
wait, hold
pequeño.
on.
Oh,
Not tall.
Two short people. Two short people.
Damn, I guess I just don't exist to L, bro. If
No, you
6'2" 's
do.
too short.
I
L is
appreciate
6'2".
short
The
people.
perfect man is 6'5" to 6'11".
She said,
I've never
that's-
said that.
Ooh.
We're just using the context clues.
Read in between.
Just
She
put it
said,
in.
Yo,
6'10"
look at the
and-
comment section. It's literally, it's going off.
All right, L. That was probably the hottest take of 2024.
Great start for 2024.
No more dunking. They jump too high. Thanks, Daniel.
Oh yeah, we should ban dunking next.
No,
Layups only.
that's beautiful. No,
Ban layups, dunking only.
Unless you're
I'm
7
a
foot,
vi-
of course.
I'm a
Well, that's
visual
shortest.
person. I'm a visual person, 100%.
Ban
So when I
threes.
see something that I like, I'll voice it. If I don't like it, I'll voice it too. That's it. I can't. my
Moment
heart
of
hurts.
silence
Like, you guys
for
make me-
anybody that had
Yeah.
a small brain aneurysm today from that. Moment of silence, real
I'm
quick.
sorry for all the 7-foot people out there.
I need a
We,
hug.
as,
Here at-
me
here
and
at
Gary,
22
do not
West-
support the height limit.
22
of the
West
NBA.
Radio
We got your
over
back.
here. Over here, the sports
you
department.
could
We
play
do not
basketball.
discriminate. You can be
It was
little,
never
tall,
discrimination.
medium.
If you have any basketball skill, you can play basketball.
You
Don't
can
worry.
play basketball.
Please join our
100%.
intramural squad.
You can play basketball. Don't matter how tall you are. It's
Just
just
for that,
I
L,
prefer
You should
watching.
close us out tonight.
I prefer watching 6'2" to 6'8" people.
With a height limit.
That's my
So
personal
if you're
preference.
6'1",
Don't hit up
or
L.
Don't even attempt to be in the NBA. You know,
Don't hit up L. Is great.
Don't hit up L.
if you're Victor Wembanyama, I'm sorry. I love your game. We appreciate you over here.
Can you
Shut
sign
up.
my basketball card?
I think with that, L.
You should probably close this out.
out.
I think it's time.
No,
think,
I can't.
yeah,
I need
that's
a
on
I
you.
need a hug straight up because y'all bullied me.
You know
for
who's got the
real.
highest 2K rating? That's 6'1". That's Donovan Mitchell, out the league. Just like
Done.
that.
Gone. Goner. Oh, another notification.
That's not.
Trey Young,
Oh.
out the league.
Gone.
Why? Wait.
DG
what?
the PG, out the league.
Gone.
Why
You're
is
not
Trey Young?
6'2", L.
I've never said anything about 6'2".
TJ McConnell,
I've never said anything about
out the
6'2".
league.
Chad,
I've
did she
never
not
said
say that?
anything.
Chad,
She did say that.
What did I say?
She said it.
You said they got to be 6'2".
6'2" or the 6'11".
I've never said the lower
Chad.
height limit.
Womp
What?
Come on,
womp.
Chad.
I'm quitting life.
Kira Lewis Jr., who was just in that trade.
She just said that.
I've
gone.
never. Okay, if I ever said that, I apologize. I didn't mean
Womp, womp.
it. That's the thing.
Stand on business, though. Stand on business.
I am. That's why I'm never
Stand up
speaking again.
business.
Next dunk discussions, I'm not here.
Don't do that.
Watch.
We need you. We need you.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Yes.
You're bringing views.
You
Look
bring-
at
Oh,
the- look
yeah.
at the
Y'all are
interaction.
just exploiting me. That's what y'all are
Look
doing.
at
You know what?
I'm
You
just
signed up to
I'm
be
just a
here.
guest.
Talk about
You asked me to
exploitation.
come on here yesterday.
Wait a minute.
True.
Hold on. I got an issue with that. Exploitation. You signed up to be here. You
Yeah.
knew what you were getting yourself
No, but
into.
you're using me for views.
No.
No, that's Jerry.
That's Jerry.
Joking. I'm
El
not
Jefe
serious.
Jerry is using you for views.
Joking.
Terry Rozier, gone.
That was a
Gone.
joke.
Mike Conley, gone.
You stop
Uber.
with that. It's done for.
Uber.
Dennis
That's it.
Schroeder, gone.
Gone.
How tall is LeBron?
6'8". He fits the cut.
All right.
I-
he
Barely,
stays, he
though.
stays.
If she said 6'7", gone.
Austin Reeves, your favorite player?
Gone.
Gone.
No, he's not.
Yes.
What was
He's like
Josh?
6
Josh
foot.
6'2", right?
Yeah, Josh 6'2".
I know for
Okay,
sure
he
Maddox
just
Monson
missed.
ain't making that cut. Gone.
Josh Giddey stays.
On that note, thank you everyone.
That's on business.
On that note, thank you everyone for tuning in today.
Tune in to Around the Bases.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Kaylee
We're not
and,
going to be as funny as this one, but we'll do our best.
Nothing will
Kaylee,
ever
Garrett,
be as
and
funny
Bruce.
as dunk
We're gonna
discussions.
try to make
Crazy
it a
take.
little joke sesh today
Another
on Around the
crazy take.
Bases.
Nothing will ever be as funny as dunk discussions.
All right.
Friday's got something
You've
to
been
say
on
about
fire.
that.
All
ever
right.
since
Hey, that's it,
2024.
Garrett. You heard that? I take that as a challenge.
That's a
Around the
challenge.
bases.
Y'all
You're
can
being
We come to
try.
extremely
challenge
funny
you.
today.
Okay.
I mean, come on. Matt Carpenter signed.
Anyways, tune in.
Josh Hader to the Astros?
It's
What?
Tune
gonna
in.
be funny.
Tune in every Friday at 2 p.m. if you want to hear another couple of crazy take. If you want to witness me being yelled at, which I'm immune
Tune
to
in next
now.
week. We'll get Daniel's take. Ooh.
I think
My
he's gotta
heart
open the
hurts,
episode with
Jenny. I
that.
feel so bad for whatever I said, like the first time ever. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromise.
Welcome into Around the Bases. I'm Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher on the production duties. Welcome in. We are live on 22 West Radio, HD Channel 3, 22westmedia.com, the 22 West YouTube channel, and the brand new 22 West radio app. Thank you so much for joining us. Garrett, you were just in here as a guest on the previous show, but are you ready to talk some baseball now?
Oh, I'm so ready to talk some baseball. I got my baseball hat on. I got my glasses on. After this, I'm going to go watch some bullpens. I'm also going to go hit if you want to come to the cages.
Absolutely. That's
yeah,
the plan.
Jake and I are going to go.
Yeah.
The bullpen's going to be great. Stand in for a couple of pitches. Oh, baseball's back. Pitchers and catchers report for club baseball today. It's gonna be great.
Hey, we got under a month to go until pitchers and catchers report for big league spring training as well. So we're down in these final few days, final few weeks before the baseball season gets going, and it's going to be an exciting one. There's been continual news, rumors pouring in over the last week since our last show. We'll hop right into it. The biggest piece of news dropping this morning with arguably the best closer in baseball, Josh Hader, finding himself signing with the Houston Astros on a 5-year, $95 million deal.
Pretty good deal. He did not get that $100 million number. And honestly, thank goodness this deal happened today, because there's no other real big deals that happened. So good thing that something happened. I'm waiting for JD Martinez to sign. That's the one I'm looking at the most. Freaking Astros, man. Astros. Can you just leave the AL West alone? You guys had your tenure. They're going to probably win another 94 games, make a wild card at the minimum, depending on how the Rangers do.
We can just accept they'll be in the ALCS again. I mean,
honestly,
I think looking at this team with this Hader pickup, you look at the back end of that rotation, or the bullpen, excuse me, if the Astros get to the 6th or 7th inning with a lead, I mean, you're done. You got Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, Josh Hader all in the same bullpen.
Yeah, I mean,
don't know
Ryan
why-
Presley was nails last year, and he gets demoted.
Yeah, and
They're tough.
Abreu was incredible in the playoffs. I don't know how any team could expect to really mount a full comeback against that bullpen. I mean, I think that looking at this contract, it's more than I would comfortably give Josh Hader because, at least in my own philosophy, I don't really think paying relief pitchers like that, it really brings back the return on investment. But, hey, I mean, for the Astros, if they had the money to spend, clearly they felt comfortable with it. It's a 5-year, $95 million contract. No opt-outs, no deferrals, just straight across $19 million for the next 5 years. He also gets a no-trade clause as part of the contract. And like you mentioned, he didn't cross that $100 million threshold where he wanted to set the record for relief pitcher getting a contract, but he did set the record for present value because that 5-year, $102 million deal for Edwin Diaz was including multiple deferrals that brought down the future value from the on the deal to put Hader ahead. We've got Garrett is coming right back in right now. Sorry for that, but yeah, Josh Hader to the Astros, really big pickup. We've been waiting on him to sign for a few weeks now with teams being connected. We've seen the Yankees, the Rangers, the Dodgers all getting swirled around in rumors. And my impression there, I think that all those teams were kind of just waiting for Hader's market to possibly collapse a little more. I think that there were plenty of teams that were ready to jump in on Hader, including the Dodgers, Yankees, if his price tag fell closer to the $80 million range, somewhere in there, and 4 years instead of 5. But as soon as this contract got up into this 5-year, $95 million range, if any team was willing to go that high, they were going to get Hader, and we saw that happen here with the Astros.
Yeah, sorry about that a second ago. Had to go help out. All the farmhands left. Matty Ice and Elle, after that crazy take, they zipped out of here. No one left in the studio. Had to open the door. But no, I agree with all those points. For me, I was thinking that he was probably going to get closer to an $80 million deal. There was really not a lot of traction in his market. Heard just a smidge about the Astros last week, and they decided to pony up and at least hit that 90 mark, and that was definitely enough for Hader because there's no reason to keep trying to battle in that market. It wasn't going to get any better.
No, and it came fairly out of nowhere with the Astros emerging in this market. We didn't really see much connection to them for a while here into this offseason, and then just in the last couple days, you see some connection from The Athletic, I think, was the first to report Hader possibly progressing with the Astros, and then we see from Jeff Passan at ESPN today that the deal is agreed upon and done. Yeah, it's a big pickup for the Astros. There's still plenty talented bullpen options left for other teams to pivot to. We'll talk about a couple of them a little bit later here. But for now, we'll move on to a couple other deals that we've yet to cover. Matt Carpenter, another one this morning, going back to St. Louis, where he played the best years of his career, signing a 1-year, $740,000 guaranteed deal in St. Louis. And I'm sure Cardinal fans will be excited to have Carpenter back home.
Yeah, I agree. Nice little homecoming deal. Kaylee and I touched on right before in the previous podcast. This is the funniest part. I mean, what's he going to add to that team, really? It's just he could be gone by May, getting DFA'd. I don't know. I feel like he's not that much of a bat left over in there, and I don't really see him fitting into that lineup. I feel like they don't really need him.
Yeah, leader in the locker room and possibly a little bit of fan service, but they had an extra roster spot. I'm sure there are worse ways that it could be used than a guy who has the experience that Carpenter has to come in and try and right the ship in St. Louis and get that team back to their old ways of success from when he played his first tenure with the Cardinals. Yeah, not a very big profile signing or anything like that.
No, but as you just said, you're very right about that. He's definitely been there. He's seen these bird teams go on to some deep playoff runs, so he's definitely has the experience he could share on to some of these young guys like Jordan Walker.
Yeah, I think that has to be where the Cardinals are thinking with this one. Another signing that's a little bit over a week old now, but we didn't cover in the last show, didn't get to it quite in time, is Sean Manaea heading to the Mets. I think this is a really interesting signing. He wound up getting 2 years, $28 million with an opt-out before the second year. Manaea started last year in San Francisco really dreadfully. He was struggling pretty bad, and then halfway through the year, made some tweaks to his arsenal, started throwing a sweeper, and all of a sudden he was really, really good. And he was able to capitalize that into a nice little payday here with the Mets.
Yeah, I've personally always been a Manaea believer. I thought he was really going to succeed in that Padres rotation. Never quite really worked out. Had a good little second half there with the Giants. I'm surprised the money's so high. I didn't think it'd be 14 mil a pop. I mean, that's like almost Tyler Anderson money of last year when he was coming off a near Cy Young type season, which is really surprising for me. But a really great deal for Manaea. A lot of solid money. Really shocked the Mets were throwing that type of cash around for the tier Manaea's in, but it could work out. He could definitely pitch up to that 14 million for sure, maybe even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Mets do this twice now this offseason, picking up starting pitching depth for what a lot of people thought was more than they were expecting. They picked up Luis Severino for $13 million earlier in the offseason. Now they get Manaea for a $14 million annual average. And, yeah, those are two arms that shore up that rotation pretty nicely. Manaea's, from his perspective, able to go to New York, try and turn around his success from the second half of this past season, turn it into a full season of success, and then he can opt out from that deal and try and get a multi-year contract next year. Or if, worst comes to worst, he can stay for the remainder of the contract and wind up with a $28 million full payday before he winds up leaving New York. So a nice deal for Manaea, coming off a nice turnaround in the second half of 2023.
I think we've got to come up with a nickname for the Mets or something, because this is just a team of just bounce back guys all over, whether it's injury, poor performance, people that have had success in the past, haven't done it lately. There's got to be some type of name for them, because they've got a lot of guys they're banking on. I mean, in a perfect world, all these guys somehow hit and have really good seasons. The Mets could be somehow finding themselves back in contention, even though their window's another year or two out.
Yeah, I think that it's clear that their approach is to try and prioritize the future, pick up some of these guys on 1 year or 2 year contracts that if they're not winning, they can ship them off at the trade deadline for some prospect capital. And if somehow everybody manages to turn their seasons around, turn their careers around, and pitch really well, then, who knows? Like you said, the Mets could find themselves in contention a little bit earlier than they expected. I do think that they're mostly looking at next offseason. They have shown a reluctance to really get fully into the mix on some of these free agents. Yoshinobu Yamamoto was really the one that it sounds like they were pretty heavily pushing for, and they may have been the highest bidders there. We don't really know, or if they might have stayed around $300 million with the Yankees, whatever. And that one makes sense because Yamamoto's so young that he fit a window that doesn't have to be just this year. But I think the Mets, if we look ahead till next offseason, they've got plenty of money to spend. That'll always be the case with Steve Cohen at the top, and Juan Soto will be hitting free agency, among other names. There's going to be another crop of really good free agents next year, and I think we'll see the Mets get back to their uber-aggressive spending ways next offseason, and that's only possible by being a little more conservative on these deals that they're handing out this year with 1 or 2 year contracts to keep the books clean.
Yeah, I agree.
Another piece of news that we've had here in the last week, shifting over to the minor league side, we had International Free Agent Signing Day, where the 2024 International Free Agency period opened up on January 15th. And that's where every year you see a new crop of each organization picking up a big list of it. Pretty much every organization signs 10 or more teenagers from countries other than the United States all over the world. It's usually 16, 17, 18-year-olds for the most part that sign professional contracts and enter the world of professional baseball. That happened on the 15th, saw a new crop of teenagers. The top guy, Leodales de Vries, signing with the Padres for a reported $4.2 million signing bonus, according to AP, and then Emil Morales, another top prospect, signing with the Dodgers for around $2.4 million.
Yeah, look at this top list. Padres end up winning the sweepstakes. Kind of fits in with that Ethan Salas timeline. Maybe these two guys could be some future cornerstones. I think it's a big point to look at the $4.2 million, which he signed for, which was not the highest out of the full class. That actually went to the 3 spot. Jose Perdomo, a shortstop out of Venezuela. He actually went to the Braves for $5 million. Both those super interesting, similar numbers, not too far off, but the one guy being a little lower. The biggest question mark for me is Paulino Santana, the number 2 guy, signed with the Rangers, an outfielder out of the Dominican Republic. He only signed for $1.3 million, which that's really interesting. That's extremely low. All around that pool in that top 5, top 10 is at minimum 3 million guys.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting process to look at, and one thing that I think contributes to those varying numbers, and there is certainly a debate to be had over whether it's ethical, but a lot of these contracts have been at least verbally agreed upon for going back years. These guys, usually with the way that this system works, once players reach the age of 13, 14, 15 years old, that's when they enter negotiations and pretty much choose their organization. So that's why when you get the free agency day on the 15th begins, that's why all these contracts get officially signed, because they've already been agreed upon going back many years. And so, like I mentioned, that could enter a whole new ethical debate about whether it's right to be negotiating professional contracts with 13-year-olds. But that's the way the system works, and you could say that for someone like that number 2 prospect, it might be that the Rangers scouted him more than other organizations going back a couple of years, and they chose him as their guy, got a contract agreed upon before he shot up the international prospect boards. Whatever it is, I mean, you always have to take these signings with a grain of salt, because whenever you're talking about 16, 17-year-olds, you never know for sure. A lot of these guys are just uber talented, and some of them, could turn into the Juan Sotos of the world. Some of them we might never hear of again. So it's always worth keeping an eye on for some of these guys that could explode up lists and become some of the next faces of the game, but it definitely won't be all of them. So it's an interesting thing to follow. Most of these guys will report to the Dominican Summer League next year. They won't even be stateside for another year or two, for the most part, but it's always worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I think a funny thing to me about this whole process is, like, keeping with the Rangers, I look at one of the other guys they signed, shortstop Curly Marta out of Curacao. He played on their 2019 Little League World Series team. I just like that just doesn't make sense in my mind.
2019.
That it's 20. That's not that long ago. This
No.
this kid just got signed as an international prospect. He just played in the Little League World Series not that long ago. It just throws me through a loop.
That's cursed. I don't like having that thought at all. I can't imagine the audience does either. That's harsh reminder. I think that for me, following the Dodger guys as they sign and new draftees and all of that, the more that's gone on these last couple of years, I'm seeing more 2005, 2006 birthdays, and every guy that I see that's more than a year younger than me is where I start to go, this does not feel right at all.
Yeah, then throw another 2 years on top of that for me, and I'm like, oh my goodness, what am I doing?
Right? It makes you question everything when you see these guys getting paid millions and millions to play baseball, and you're like, oh geez.
We're sticking through it.
About him. Yeah.
We're sticking through it.
Hey, stay strong. With that, I think that I do want to touch on one more thing, talking about this international bonus pool and the Dodgers specifically. The Dodgers are near the top every year in terms of their use of their bonus pool money. They go through all of it every year, signing as many prospects as they can, because all these guys are lottery tickets, and it makes sense for an organization like the Dodgers to get
with
as
good
many
developmental
of them as
skills.
they can. 100%. The Dodgers are as good as anybody with their minor league development. But we saw this year the Dodgers were only wound up signing Emil Morales as the only real top guy, consensus, like top 50, top 100 prospect in the class. He's the only prospect that the Dodgers signed for a bonus north of $1 million, with the second highest bonus being $350,000. And that leaves a lot of money left over for the Dodgers, who entered the pool with roughly $5.9 million in their bonus pool. With that leftover money, that's where I look at next offseason, and I see all the rumors that have floated around about Japanese phenom Roki Sasaki. If he decides to come over to the major leagues next offseason, the Dodgers could be planning ahead and trying to save some extra IFA bonus pool money to be able to throw at Sasaki. And it's hard not to connect some dots there, knowing how the Dodgers typically make sure they spend every dollar that they can in international free agency. And then this year, all of a sudden, it seems like there's a lot of money left over.
That's a really good point, because Sasaki, of course, is not going to be above that 25-year-old threshold when he comes in, so he will be signing a Shohei type deal when he came in 2018, which I believe was 4 years, $20 million,
that
plus
is
2 years of ARB.
If he decides to come over next
If he
offseason.
decides.
There still is a
yeah.
big if there. Nobody really knows what exactly is going on, but
if
it
anyone's
does
got
seem
the
like
best
there's steam.
insight, it's got to be the Dodgers with Shohei and Yamamoto.
100%. And with more things happening behind the scenes, more reports coming out that seem to suggest Roki Sasaki might want to come over to MLB soon. And a big thing to talk about there, too, is his team over in NPB. Unless there's a contract stipulation that Roki Sasaki made sure to work into his deal when he was first drafted, they don't have to post him unless there is a contract agreement there that says that they have to when he asks. And that is the big unknown here. It's also not 100% known if he wants to come over. So this is all just talking in pure ifs speculation, because ultimately it would be Roki Sasaki deciding to throw away probably $300 million that's not a logical decision for most people. But Roki Sasaki is a special, unique talent who might have his own special, unique desires to get over here and start building a potential Hall of Fame career. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm at least circling this Dodgers bonus pool and reading into it, at least to wonder what's going on behind the scenes there.
Yeah, definitely interesting for sure. I think that's probably, one of the more plausible answers. They'd know more than we do. I think, another potential throwaway answer there could be they spend, I don't know how the departments work. You probably know more about this than I do and how they split their departments and what they prioritize and whatnot. But they definitely prioritized MLB free agency this time around this year, put a lot of effort towards that. So part of me thinks maybe just the international pool was on the bit of the back burner this year. Could be the case, but that'd be my thought on that.
For a team like the Dodgers, they've got so much money to go everywhere. I think that there's definitely the money to spend there in the bonus pool, because ultimately to an organization like the Dodgers that makes as much money as they do and has as much money to spend, $6 million to them is not very much. So I wouldn't think that it's anything with financial constraints or worried about anything like that. I would think that they would spend that full bonus pool like they do every year, even when they have ran aggressive payrolls nearing what they're doing this year too. It's the same kind of thing as their MLB draft bonus pools. They always get through everything in that bonus pool that they can. And so that's why this is such a unique situation looking at it. And I know over the last few months, as the international prospect lists were coming out and you start to see which players are connected to which teams, like I talked about before, they already had, most of them at least, agreed with a team that they were going to sign with as soon as January 15th rolled around. And so as those lists were releasing and I started to see, which prospects are connected to which teams, and over I would search the lists and I'd see only one guy connected to the Dodgers. And that's just so far away from what it typically is every year, where you see at least, 2-3 guys on the top 50, top 100 lists that are all connected and expected to sign with the Dodgers.
See, that to me shows that, it wasn't a money thing. It's just that their heads weren't in the international market. It was, but the market was Japan.
Yeah.
It just shows. I feel like they just didn't do their due diligence on the international market this time around. I mean, you can only take so many meetings and only go full hog for so many players. And I think they just put their attention elsewhere this year, and I think that could be a reason to explain why they weren't as successful as previous years.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, when most of these guys have their agreements so many years in advance, it makes you wonder, I guess, if possibly the attention the Dodgers have paid to Major League Free Agency and their pursuits there, if any contracts could have fallen through, anything like that on that market. But yeah, I think that it's also interesting when we talk about how far back these agreements go and the way that teams allocate their bonus pool money multiple years in advance. So, when you look back at last year, when the Dodgers spent their full bonus pool, they had already knew exactly what part of that money was going to which prospects, going back to, 2020 and years like that, multiple years back in the past. They already knew exactly which money was going to who. And so it makes me wonder if they've had information, if it is all connected to Roki Sasaki, if they've known that Sasaki was planning to come to the major leagues after this 2024 season. That would suggest that they've been planning multiple years in advance to keep money freed up in this 2024 pool, or they departed at the last minute and broke verbal agreements with some prospects to save money. We just don't know. And those are things that we won't find out for a while, but it's at least something that I'm very intrigued by. And Roki Sasaki is such an incredible talent that I just love to talk about him whenever I can. He's got the best fastball, best forkball, probably on planet Earth. So I'm excited to see what happens with Sasaki, and I'd love to see him wind up in Dodger Blue. You got anything else on the international free agency?
Nothing more to add.
All right, well, we'll move on here. I want to talk about Robert Stevenson a little bit. I alluded a little bit ago while talking about Josh Hader. There are plenty of nice pivot options for those teams that were pursuing Hader to move to try and get a really nice back-end reliever. And I think Robert Stevenson is the best one left on the market.
My only problem here is I feel like he's a 50-50 guy. 1 year good, 1 year bad. Seems like it flips every other year. Looking back at his stats a couple years, this year had a 2.35. Year before a 5.14. Year before that 3.1. Then a 3.38. That was pretty nice. Only 13 games in 2022. Actually, pardon me. That was overall a 5.43. That was a 3.38 with 13 games just with Pittsburgh. So raises some question marks for me. It's just the reliever market, especially when you get this deep into the off season. It's just a flip of the coin. I feel like it's going to be like 1 year, $5 million somewhere. Could be anywhere, honestly.
To be honest, I think Stevenson's going to get paid because I think that the thing to focus on when you look at Robert Stevenson's profile is the way that he struggled with the Pirates, as you mentioned, to start the year. I've got his baseball reference page pulled up here so I can read some stats. With the Pirates, a 5.14 ERA in his first 14 innings of the season, was not doing well. And same thing when you look back the last couple of years, he bounced around the Pirates, the Rockies, just wasn't doing much. And then midway this season, that's when he got waiver claimed by the Tampa Bay Rays. And you know what that means. A reliever like Robert Stevenson heads the Rays. Then all of a sudden, in 42 games with Tampa Bay, he posted a 2.35 ERA, 14.1 strikeouts per 9, 1.9 walks per 9. So an incredible strikeout to walk rate. And, I mean, all of that, part of it was the Rays introducing him to a cutter. He got to Tampa Bay, changed his pitch arsenal, and all of a sudden he was one of the best relievers in baseball down the stretch. That gives me a little bit more confidence in his ability to hold that success moving forward, and I think he'll get paid that way. But you definitely raise a valid point. The relief pitching market is always a crapshoot. Like, you just never know whether it's trading for relievers, signing relievers. They just flip-flop all over the place every year. So it's definitely something to be worried about, I would say. And I like that you raised that point because I think that's part of why teams struggle to pony up the money that they might have to, even for a guy like Josh Hader, because it doesn't necessarily matter exactly how talented you are as a reliever. It just flip-flops so much that it's hard to trust anybody.
Yeah, I mean, going back a couple of years, immediately after the Angels paid Raisel Iglesias, he went out and had like a 4.2 ERA with only about an 80% conversion rate on his saves. So definitely a bit of a crapshoot. I like the points you bring up on Stevenson. I'm loving the stuff. It seems good. The only thing that worries me is, is he going to keep that stuff he had when he goes to the Rays and moves on to another team? If you're going to pony up and pay some decent cash, like maybe, I don't know what kind of deal you're looking at, like $8-9 million per year over like 2 or 3 years, or what kind of deal are you thinking?
It wouldn't surprise me if he wound up getting up in the range of $40 million, somewhere in there.
Wow.
Maybe even approach 50. I think some team is going to really trust that they can keep the Robert Stevenson that the Rays developed if they pick him up, especially I think if that's a team like the Dodgers or a different organization that has confidence in their pitching development system and feels like that they can pick him up and keep him exactly at how he was pitching for the Rays. Because if you get that guy, I mean, that's worth a lot of money. And I think that he winds up getting paid like that guy. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, my last point on Stevenson is if a team like the Guardians or the Rays get him back, or the Dodgers, for example, people that have consistently had strong pitching systems, I definitely take a chance on it if you've got the money. Other than that, I'm staying away. I don't trust it.
I don't blame you. Because, I mean, you can always say, look at Stevenson is the perfect example in and of himself. He was a waiver claim for the Rays that they found in the middle of last season, and then he wound up being excellent. So, even if you strike out on a free agent like Stevenson, especially for the best organizations, the Rays, the Dodgers of the world, there's plenty of other places to look and hope that you can pick up a waiver claim, somebody in the minor league system, and bring them up and turn them into a reliever like this anyway. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing to try and consider whether it's worth going and paying a guy like this or just assuming that you can find somebody else to take his place on the waiver wire.
Yeah, the 42 game sample size scares me a little bit. Only 3 of his total seasons throughout his career have been sub-4 ERAs with over 40 games pitched. So definitely upside for sure. Definitely some upside, but also a lot of risk.
I agree with you for sure. With that, we're going to go to a break. We'll continue this conversation of news and rumors real quick once we return, and then we'll move on to some exciting stuff that we've got planned. So make sure to stick with us for the back half of the episode.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly.
Welcome back in for the second half of Around the Bases. Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher producing. Thank you so much for joining us again. We'll continue the conversation we left off at right before the break. We finished talking about Robert Stevenson. Now we're going to move on to the trade market. Got a couple of fish to discuss.
We definitely have some fish to discuss. Luis Arias, apparently rumors are floating he might be on the move. We'll see what happens with that, along with his teammate, Jesus Luzardo.
Yeah, the Marlins look like they might be entering another full teardown. It's interesting to look at what their plan is. They let go of Kim Ng at the beginning of the offseason. They snuck into the playoffs last year, and then now it seems like a complete 180 and whatever they're planning to do. I did see a rumor yesterday that potentially at the winter meetings there were discussions between the Marlins and the Royals surrounding Jesus Luzardo, and that allegedly the discussed package was Luzardo going to Kansas City for first baseman Vinny Pasquantino. I thought that was a little interesting because that's another example of that's not really a rebuild move to get an MLB veteran like that. Pasquantino's been in the league and doing well for a couple years now. He also got hurt last year. So, I don't really know what the Marlins are planning. Do you have any thoughts here?
No, I think, touching on this trade first before, I think we really should just open a whole discussion on this franchise and what's going on over there.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
So far, up to date, what we've seen is really the only talks I've seen is Yankees. I don't know if you've seen any of their teams aside from the Royals of the winter meetings. It seems like over the last 2 weeks, the Yankees have been in conversations. Arias' name just been thrown in there recently. Seems like Jesus Luzardo is the big piece. I don't get it. I like what they have over there. I think they should keep working with the core they've got with Jazz Chisholm, those guys. Hopefully Sixto Sanchez eventually comes back and gives you anything, but I think they've got a couple of good pieces they can build around.
I agree with you, and I think that this is textbook when you examine with Kim Ng at the top of the franchise, got the Marlins to the playoffs, and then you bring in a whole new group to lead the team, and then all of a sudden you've got a complete 180 in terms of what it seems like the franchise's plans were. Looking at Arias, I think that he's a tough one to gauge what his market would be on the trade market, because he was so great last year at the plate, and I don't mean to take away from how great of a hitter he is. He's really one of the best true pure hitters in the game today. There aren't many guys like him anymore, and that's totally valuable. But you look on the other side of the ball, he doesn't have a defensive home. He's not a good second baseman. He can't play third base, can barely even play first base possibly. I think he's more of a DH, and if you're going to trade for him, assuming that he might wind up DHing a lot, especially moving into the future, then you have to really bank on the fact that his bat will continue to produce like it did last year, because even if you go back to like the Minnesota Twins, Luis Arias, still a good hitter as a second baseman, but I don't know if that's enough really production at the plate for a designated hitter, and so that makes it tough for me to gauge what exactly his trade market would be.
Yeah, it's really interesting you bring that up. I want to ask you, looking back on that Twins trade where they sent Pablo Lopez in basically a 1-for-1, how do you feel about that now, that trade? Would you make the same move if it were today?
I was just going to bring that up as well. I think the Twins definitely got the better end of that, because ultimately, like, Arias had an incredible year last year, all of that, but I don't know if that's quite as sustainable, especially with his defense, and all it takes is a little bit of regression with the bat, and all of a sudden you're going to be looking at Pablo Lopez as the far more valuable player in that deal, and I would bank on that happening a lot more than Lopez taking any kind of step back. And Arias, he's not going to get any better than he was last year. I think that's as good as you can hope for, and that was great, but it is hard for me to imagine that being totally repeatable. That's
an interesting take. I hadn't really thought about it like that. I always thought that the Marlins, I thought it was very fairly even for me. Maybe Marlins slight edge just based on how he was last year. So you envision a bit of a drop off for Arias going into next year.
It's not anything against Arias. I think it's just hard to sustain production like that as a contact guy. Arias does it better than anybody else, maybe other than Freddie Freeman, but it's just hard to sustain that. You look at his page here, 362 BABIP batting average on balls in play, and he's the kind of player who he's going to run a higher BABIP because that's what he's designed, how he swings. All of it is to run a higher BABIP and get base hits, but it's still pretty high. You look at his previous season when he won the American League batting title, and that BABIP figure was only at 331. So I think that some sort of regression is inevitable. It's hard to see that continue, but Pablo Lopez, on the other hand, I don't really see his season last year and his performance as not repeatable. I think Arias is a lot more susceptible to just natural regression than Lopez will be moving forward.
So after what we've talked about so far, going back to the rumors where the Yankees have really only been linked, would you regardless, the Marlins seem like they're going to make a bad decision here, no matter what. If you're the Yankees, would you want both of these guys or just Jesus Luzardo? What are you thinking if you're the Yankees?
I think from the Yankees' perspective, I think picking up a bat like Arise would be nice. I don't know if they'll want to pay up for both. That would be pretty steep, and I just don't know if the Yankees have the ammunition to really try and do that and not neutralize some major league ready talent. I would feel like that if the Marlins went to the table to try and trade both those guys to New York, then you're inevitably going to have to talk about guys like Jason Dominguez, and I think that's a non-starter for the Yankees. So if the Yankees do want to try and make a match with the Marlins, I think it'll probably be around Arise. I think I see other teams as better fits for Luzardo, such as maybe the Orioles, if the Dodgers try and throw their hat in the ring, some other teams that need starting pitching that might make a little more sense to me.
Yeah, I think, coming back to this Marlins is a good segue point to talk more about their offseason as a whole. And another member who's still on the market, Jorge Soler.
Yeah.
What is it like? I feel like the Marlins should just re-sign this guy. I don't know. This DH outfielderish market between JD and Soler is just, it's moving as fast as a snail.
Yeah, it is. I think the D-backs are a team that might be in on one of those guys. The Angels as well. I think I've seen some Mets connection with Soler as well. I did see a report. I wish I remembered who it was by because I always hate throwing out these reports without giving credit. But I did see something about the Marlins not really being connected at all to bringing back Soler. And I think that tracks a little bit with if they're really looking at this roster and assuming they're going to enter a full teardown. It doesn't really make sense to bring back a veteran like that, especially if they're cutting payroll, which, it's always a good thing to go pay more up the payroll a little bit because then you can get good players that you could flip for prospects if you're really trying to commit to the rebuild thing. But I think that for a lot of ownership groups, for a lot of front offices, signaling rebuild and waving the white flag and trading players away is kind of their excuse to drop the payroll a little bit as well. That could be what's going on in Miami a little bit. But, when it seems like nobody's safe on that roster right now other than maybe Sandy Alcantara, and he's hurt, so I don't imagine a move would happen for him either. It's hard to forecast, where you're really going moving forward with this Marlins team if they're just going to get rid of all the progress they've made trying to get back to being a winning team and just tear it down to start from the beginning, start from scratch again. It's a tough roster to really look at and envision a path forward right now, I think.
Yeah, it's giving me a little bit of shades of that previous era where they had Yelich, Ozuna, Realmuto, Stanton on those teams where they had, some really high quality players at the top, just had a couple of really glaring holes in some parts, especially the rotation. This time around, I feel like they're more balanced, but still have those glaring holes. I don't want to see them tear it all down so fast.
I agree, and they've got a roster of guys who are worth building around. Arise, their pitching staff is nice. There's a lot of talent over there with Alcantara, with Luzardo, and it's all under team control too. Like, none of these guys are necessarily must move right now. It's not like there's too many impending free agents or anything like that. They've got a nice little core of some players that had nice seasons last year and are looking to bounce back. For a guy like Jazz Chisholm, I just don't really understand it, to be honest. It seems like that, getting back to the playoffs last year for the first time since 2020 should have been the signal of like, all right, the Marlins they're coming back. Let's start to spend some extra money. Let's, try and really commit to this.
Yeah, we thought they were going to do that when they made that move they took their plethora of pitching, send it to the Twins, and they got back a bat, which ended up working out for them. It's weird. They kind of went going for it last season after they made the playoffs and just completely flipped the script when they still have all these pieces together on the same roster.
Like you mentioned, looking at this pitching staff, you can just go down the list. Jesus Luzardo, uber talented, had a breakout last couple of seasons and is a certified number 2 probably in baseball now. Really, really good pitcher. Yuri Perez, he's going to be an ace for a long time now. Sandy Alcantara's hurt, but he'll be back eventually. Braxton Garrett, nice season last year. You've got other guys, Edward Cabrera, Trevor Rogers. Like, that's a lot of young talent that they've got assembled on the team, and nobody's about to hit free agency. Like, there's plenty of time to try and build around those guys and make more playoff appearances happen in these next few years. But new front office group comes in, and it just seems like that's not in the plans. If they're going to start selling off these pieces, it's just tough to forecast what the thought is down there in Miami.
Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on them as the situation develops. Who knows? By the time the trade deadline comes around, this could just be a hub for pitching talent being sent out in all different directions as everybody starts heating up in the competition.
Yeah, and I think that the other part with this, I don't know exactly if they're looking to fully commit to the full like rebuild, tear down, because talking about that rumor that I mentioned earlier of the Marlins discussing Jesus Luzardo for Vinny Pasquantino from the Royals, that seems to suggest that they might be trying to do more of a retool kind of thing instead of a full rebuild and go after prospects. If they're trying to just trade off some pitching for bats, but then the Luis Arraez rumor is a complete 180 from that. So I think ultimately it's just tough to read. We've got a new front office group down there, and they're keeping their cards close to the chest, and we're not really sure exactly what their plan is moving forward.
Yeah.
It's tough to look at. I imagine that the fans down in Miami aren't loving things right now, but I mean,
The few that are there.
Yeah.
The few there are.
We'll just have to see what happens there, I guess. Still staying on the trade market, we can shift gears here to Dylan Cease. There was a report earlier this week from Buster Only of ESPN that now it seems that rival executives seem to believe that Dylan Cease will wind up staying put in Chicago heading into the season and possibly getting moved at the trade deadline instead.
Yeah, all the names that are still being dangled out there. Aside from Luzardo, I think is an interesting caveat that's just joined the race. Bieber and them, and Cease, I think they're going to stand pat. I don't think they're going anywhere. Nobody's going to meet those price ranges. It's really interesting. I figured just nobody wanted to pony up and make that type of deal when those price ranges come down. What they're asking for those teams. I think we'll see some more movement, but until then, probably gonna have to wait until after the season starts.
What's interesting about that perspective is, from the White Sox perspective, from the Guardians perspective, talking about Shane Bieber, there is certainly risk, holding on to these guys heading into the season because, if somebody gets hurt, one of those two guys, if they get injured, then you're not trading them at the trade deadline. If they come out and really struggle to start next season, that might lower the price by quite a bit. But, they can also bank on their pitchers to really stay healthy, come out, have a great season, especially for Dylan Cease, if he can rebound to that 2022 self and pitch an amazing and healthy first half. I wouldn't be surprised if they got the exact kind of return that they've been looking for now, because that also gives teams around baseball a chance to get into the season, have injuries happen to other teams around baseball, have other contenders really realize that, hey, we're missing a starting pitcher, and that kind of feeds the desperation that other organizations might feel in trying to go get an ace like Dylan Cease. So it's an interesting play. It could work out great for the White Sox if they wind up holding on to him. It could blow up in their faces and backfire completely. It's certainly a risk that I still believe if I were the White Sox, I would find a way to move him now instead. But it sounds like Dylan Cease might just stay put heading into the season.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see. I mean, there's always the possibility that this is just leverage stuff that the White Sox want to make sure everybody thinks that's at least a possibility, to make sure they still have leverage in negotiations. But for now, yeah, we'll find out as we go on. Got a couple other names that we don't really need to touch on too far, but doesn't sound like there's a lot going in the Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger, Jordan Montgomery. Nothing new since last week.
No traction.
Yep, nothing going on. Hader finally signed today, but everybody else in free agency. Trade market as well seems pretty broken, and nothing's going right now. So I think with 10 minutes left in the show, we've got an exciting new segment, something we've never done here on the show before. I'm going to throw it to Kaylee, our producer, to give the pitch.
What's up, guys? So, my mother, a while back, about 2020, bought me some baseball trivia cards. Now, there's 100 cards, each with 2 questions on them, so that's about 200 questions. Now, we're not going to have time to do all 200, but basically...
If we really know our stuff, we could get through it.
Maybe. But we might want to save it reoccurring, depending on how you viewers like it. So, as you guys can see, if you're not listening on radio and you're watching on YouTube, there's a little scoreboard up. These two
didn't even notice that.
Are going to go head-to-head with baseball knowledge. Now, they need to come up with an identifying buzzer.
Bzz.
Okay.
Just who makes that bzz.
Well, okay.
No, you copied mine. You got to get a new one.
You got to get a different
Minus 1 point to Bruce.
Hop right into it, huh?
So, you're the bzz, and
I'll
Bruce, where do you go?
I'll give a slap
Okay.
at the table.
So I'm going to draw a card. I'll read the question. There's 2 questions on the card, and whoever makes their buzzer noise first gets a chance to answer.
Are you reading both questions?
No, just
Or
one at a
just
time.
one at a- okay.
One at a time. and then whoever answers it correctly gets the point.
Gotcha.
And if none of you answer it correctly, I'm going to take a point because that's terrible. One of you's got to know. All right, ready?
Let's find out.
The first question is Tug McGraw's baseball card was taped to Tim McGraw's childhood bedroom wall years before Tim found out Tug was his real father. Fact or fiction?
Fiction.
Bzz, true.
Yeah, it's a true thing.
You said that question. I was like, what the
I think that was a
heck?
total guess.
See,
I was
it's obscure.
stumped.
It's obscure.
Coin flip.
Props to you for going after it.
That was a nice little. I mean, I figured I have a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
One of us has to take either side.
All right, here we go. Second question. Name one of the 2 MLB teams from the first televised MLB game in 1939.
New York Yankees.
Er,
Really?
Bzz, Brooklyn Dodgers.
there you go.
All right.
The other answer could have been the Cincinnati Reds.
Reds, really.
Wouldn't
I
have
would
had
have said
that.
Giants next. That would have been my next guess.
Okay.
I would have said Philadelphia A's.
Which MLB team plays in what fans call the Trop?
Bzz,
The Rays.
I got it.
Trop.
the Trop.
Beep
Terrible place.
baseball is a version of the game for people with what disability?
Oh, bzz, blind.
There you go.
I thought you said beep. I thought that was like a blank at first. I was like, what baseball? Like dizzy bat?
All right. Which infamous Chicago's Cubs fan was given a 2016
Steve Bartman.
Okay.
See, I wouldn't have known that. To be
He didn't
honest.
even let me finish the
No,
question.
he knew it. I didn't even
you
know.
said infamous
Infamous
Cubs
Cubs fan.
fan.
He went-
There's one infamous Cubs fan.
Absolutely.
It's Bartman.
All
I
right.
don't got it like that.
Who had the nickname the Wizard?
Bzz, Ozzie Smith.
There you go. This is close.
Yeah.
That was we were on that.
Yeah, no, we both were.
As of 2020, how many World Series have the Chicago Cubs lost?
Bzz, 3.
5.
Bzz, 4.
No, you both lost. You lose a point.
What's the answer?
8.
8.
Who has the nickname the Big Hurt?
Bzz, you got it.
The big hurt would be Frank Thomas.
There we go. All right. It's a 1-point game right now.
Close one.
Kansas City Royal George Brett once technically hit a home run with a bunt. Fact or fiction?
Bzz, fiction.
Ding, ding, ding.
I was like, that. There's no
when,
way.
when you said George Brett, I thought it was going to be a question about his corked bat fiasco. Have you ever seen that video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Was his bat really corked?
Ultimate question.
All right, we'll skip that next question because that's weird. I don't like
Now
that
I want
one.
to know what that question was.
Yeah, I know, right?
You can look at it later.
We'll find out.
In 1993, Carlos Martinez hit a home run after the ball bounced over the wall off the head of which future Hall of Famer?
Bzz, Jose Canseco?
There you go. Was
We're
Canseco.
both on that.
The Philadelphia Philly mascot was originally designed by Jim Henson. Fact or fiction?
It's all you. I have no clue.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know who Jim Henson is, so
Yeah.
I'll say
Bzz,
fact.
fact.
Really? Fiction, so we both got it wrong. hey, we went down together.
Yeah, it's all right.
No points for them. It was terrible. I should dock another point for not knowing who Jim Henson is, Bruce.
Is it?
And for you too.
You
That's
stumped
criminal.
me. Stump me.
Let's see. What is the average lifespan of a Major League Baseball in pitches?
Bzz,
1.5.
I was gonna say it's like 3.
Nope.
4.
Is it 2?
It's
Nope.
like it's no more than 5. What is it?
7.
7?
Really, 7?
That can't be real.
That's 1995 statistics.
Yeah, for real.
That's
They bounced
1995
one now, and
statistics.
it's into the dugout.
Honestly,
It's about 7.
1.5 is a little low. I'll admit that. That
I thought
wasn't
it was
a
like
great
3,
guess.
4, or 5, something
But
like that.
7 is higher than I expected it to be.
Which power hitter played in 3 straight World Series for 3 different teams? It's no one still in the league, by the way. I'll give you that.
For 3 different teams,
No.
In
That's
3
interesting.
straight World Series.
3 straight World
I
Series.
wish this gave like a time frame. Do you have a time frame?
Does not give me a time frame. I will let you know, though, it is not recent.
Not
Can you give
recent.
us a decade?
Steroid era?
Yeah,
I don't remember when he played, to be honest.
Mark McGuire.
It was not Mark McGuire.
I didn't say.
Yeah.
I didn't say. It didn't count. We're stumped
If
out
she
here.
doesn't remember, it can't be steroid era.
Yeah,
It's
It's
not
gotta be
steroid era. I'll give you
Old
that.
head.
yeah, real old.
Old.
Old,
3
old,
straight
old.
World Series.
It's gonna be like
Oh, not too old.
Not too
I don't
old.
think.
like
This
the
has
70s.
the potential to be one that we're both like, oh, we should have known that.
Yeah,
as soon
I
as
feel like
it's
it's a question we should know.
Are we just? Let's go
think-
down together.
Yeah, we'll go down
Let's
together.
hear it.
I would love to know who it is. Though.
Don Baylor.
Oh, okay.
As an Angel fan, low key, I should have known that. Low key.
That would have taken me. A
I
bit to
can't.
get to.
Well,
I'm in the negatives. Oh man.
jeez.
And Kaylee's beating us.
Who pitched his 500th career win against the Washington Senators?
Nolan Ryan.
You didn't do your buzzer sound. I'm not counting it.
Nolan Ryan.
No.
Oh.
Oh no. Okay.
He's got an award named after him.
Oh, it is.
Cy Young.
Yeah.
I knew it was one of those two. As soon as I said Nolan, I was like, oh, it's probably Cy
That was
Young.
my first thought though. I would have said Nolan.
I don't recognize that name, and I doubt you guys would.
What's the
Marty
name?
Maron?
No.
Yeah.
I
If
think
I'm
might have
gonna
heard it
start
before, but
avoiding those questions. If I don't recognize the name, I'm
it's
not
fair.
giving it to
Keep
you.
us from looking like
Keep it in
idiots
this
on air.
century.
Yeah.
On scorecards, the pitcher is referred to as number 1 and the catcher as number 2.
This is 2.
I was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I saw
hit my
him move,
table.
and I was like, I
Yeah.
gotta do something.
What number is the shortstop?
6, 5. Oh, 6, 6.
Oh, what?
I said 6 first.
You
Yeah.
lost. You already buzzed and went something
Oh,
else.
true.
So it's Bruce.
6.
There we go.
That's a whack question.
We're both just ready to jump the gun.
Whack
Hey,
question.
he mentally got you. Bruce mentally got you. I'm just saying, he got you.
Threatening aura
Whack
over here.
question.
He went,
Pump fake.
who lost the 1971 World Series? Let's see.
See, I don't even think it's worth a guess here.
It's not even worth
Dodgers.
it. No. Baltimore. I'm not going to
See, I
count that.
never
That's
would've-
just for funsies.
Never would have caught the birds.
Is that might be Pirates. It's
I don't like that one either.
I don't know my World Series like that.
Nope. Okay. Let's see if you guys get this one. Which type of pitch, and let me finish, will prevent the ball from rotating in the air but causes it to move erratically?
Bzz, knuckleball.
I thought that it was going to be something else thrown in there because I was ready to say knuckleball
yeah.
midway through. As soon as you said spin.
No spin.
Yeah.
I just knew the answer wasn't going to be sweeper.
Ooh, I like this one. If you add Babe Ruth's number to Mickey Mantle's number, what do you get?
I don't know their numbers.
10.
Ding, ding, ding.
Good job. I would
plus
not
7.
have known that.
Who had the nickname the Secretary of Defense?
I did like a half hit because I'm Secretary of Defense.
I wouldn't know that one.
I don't know. I'm gonna just
I'll let you both guess without it affecting your score.
okay. I'll say Ozzie Smith just because I know he's a great.
I'll say a
Mm-mm.
player on the Tigers, but I can't remember their name.
Tigers.
Gary Maddox.
Okay.
Who?
I wouldn't have gotten that.
I only know Greg. Sorry.
We've got room for one Maddox.
Here
up
we go. Which mascot was named the best mascot in sports by Forbes magazine in 2008?
Philly Fanatic.
There you go.
Probably. Yeah. I was gonna say who else is even relevant?
That's the ultimate fanatic.
This is some obscure. I want to ask this question because this is obscure as fuck. Fudge. What did Babe Ruth use to put under his cap to keep himself cool?
Keep himself cool.
Tobacco lip.
I
Keep
was
himself
thinking
cool.
tobacco along those
That's
lines.
as soon as you said
but
Babe Ruth,
yeah,
it's like tobacco something, maybe like a bottle of booze
that's
under his cap.
It's super obscure and it's a food item.
food item.
Current day answer would be bag of peas.
Nope.
No processed bag of peas back in the 19.
Yeah, no processed bag of peas. That'd be today's answer. I'm gonna stick with it even though it's not right. That's what I would use.
Nope. You got to guess?
I'll say carrots.
No. It is a cabbage leaf.
A cabbage leaf.
I-
Actually, I know
We
that
both
actually
had
makes
produce,
sense.
Kinda, so yeah.
I think I've heard that it has like some properties that are
Weird.
helpful to.
Properties?
I think they have good skin properties as cabbage. Like put some.
I've never heard
Like I've heard of
that.
people like if you have an
Interesting.
injury, you put like a cabbage wrap or maybe a
Alright.
lettuce wrap on your
Alright.
injury.
I've got 3. You've got 2. Last question here. Let's hear it.
I like it. Double or
Iconic.
nothing.
Double or nothing? All right.
That serves you.
So I have a chance to win.
Iconic moment. The MLB Hall of Famer Dave Winfield was arrested for doing what during a 1983 game?
I heard arrested and I went somewhere else. He went into the crowd.
During a game.
All right.
I have to give an answer. That'd be
The-
so weird if I refrained from answering. Went into the crowd. Wait, no.
No,
that
was
my
arrested.
guess, 'cause I
Arrested
wasn't
during
sure.
a game.
I have some other theories, but
Was he just doing blow in the locker room?
Killing a seagull.
oh, I wouldn't have guessed that. My next guess was going to be like throwing a bat and hitting somebody.
It
or
was.
Damn, then why'd Randy
one of
Johnson
those-
get to
one
play
of
his
those
game?
moments. Because this was, I
This
don't
is
know.
not
We killed a
equal.
seagull, and they were like, "Yeah, we're not having it."
all bird killers. are
Wherever
the same.
wherever he was, in that time, they were just like, "We support seagulls' rights out here. Don't appreciate you."
Well,
doing that,
Kaylee,
bud.
thank you for bringing the trivia. That was fun. We'll see if we might repeat that segment in future shows because that was a pretty
That was
fun way to
enjoyable.
end the show.
I was pretty good, except for the minuses really started to get me in the second half.
Yeah, right. So it's not
You
a
gotta
not an
practice on
ego
your
booster. playing that game.
Obscure baseball facts.
But hey, that was fun. So,
No, I enjoyed that.
all right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're 22 West LB and 22 West Sports LB on Instagram, 22 West LB on Twitter. I'm bnicholas7 on Instagram and Twitter. Garrett_Novak on Instagram. Garrett Novak on Twitter. For me, Bruce Kuntz, Garrett Novak, Kaylee Gallagher. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next week. Same time, same place. Be here.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting them.